Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Royal Sussex Live. Welcome, one and all. Oh, let me see here. Did I do that right? And perfection. Yes, you can hear me. Great. All right. um. Okay, I'm pretty sure you all have been chatting away, so let me just go ahead and take a look and see who was here first. Lorna Williams, thank you so much for being first. B. Martin, Lydia Washington, VS Speaks Royally, Lola Love, Lorna Williams, Acelia E. Nelson, and Rochelle Baldreau, Carol Lunn, Judy Mutasid, Vinnie Blair, Joyce Yvette Davis, hello, Kathy G, Maggie Howell, and a host of friends and others. Now, I think I saw something from Legs. Let's see what it is. I'm going to just skip to that. Lex says, we've been here saying it forever as the Sussex squad family, as the Sussex squad. Um, okay. Uh, that family. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Hey, Black Queen, Sherry Ware, Vivian Green. All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Legs, and let's see here. Is that Gator Girl Diva? Hi, everyone. I finally caught a Baron podcast at night. My kids are in bed and I can still listen in peace. Good for you. Congratulations. And thank you so much for being here. Okay. And Elaine Parker, thank you so much for being here. And good morning to you. Uh, yep, must be 4 a.m., I think, there. Thank you so much for being here. Hello, Alicia, Brenda Gray, Naomi Maria. Oh, you too, huh? Very cool, very cool. All right, so let's get on with it. Um, so, Byline Times' latest revelation, and yes, it is explosive. Now, one of the words that I have been trying to avoid is Megxit. I hate that word Megxit. I don't like it. Uh, it's is actually rooted in misogyny, and of course, because of who it's directed toward, dare I say, racist. Because I promise you, if it wasn't for the Duchess of Sussex's race, a lot of the emboldened caucasity of it wouldn't be happening. But well, anyway, we know why it happened. She's not the English Rose, and they want to make sure that you never forget that. So, um, and let's see, Byline Times' latest revelation about Harry and Meghan and more. Okay, so that's that. And Black Queen says, Baron Rohini, excuse me, would like to call in and read the entire Byline article in depth. Actually, Black Queen, I was going to work on that tonight before I go to bed. I'm going to upload a video because it is kind of long and that might take a while. So I would prefer to wait for the video. I've already, I even paid for the article. So let me do that. And then everyone will have it tomorrow or later today, respectfully, depending on, what time zone you're in. And I promise that we will have that for tomorrow. But if Rohini wants to come in later, um, yeah, that would be very cool. As a matter of fact, I'd like that, but not the entire article. So I hope that works out. Anyway, thank you very much, Black Queen. And thank you, Rohini. We will get to you in due time, but as you know, I probably got about 40 slides, and that may take a while. So um, I don't know, maybe in between that and then the last thing after, the next thing before before I get to the next topic, I think that would work out. Okay, but yeah, thank you very much for the suggestion. All right, and that's what I need to do. Thank you very much again, and okay, okay, all right. Yeah, yeah, Judy Reynolds, disgusting piece of work. They are all, I'm sorry, they all are nasty people. I have no respect for them, and they can't bring, and I'm sorry, and can't bring myself to call their shameful names. Wow, you sound upset, and as well you should be. Thank you for your comment, by the way. Okay, so let's get on with it, because um, as you know, the ancestors have been about, and even if you never saw the okay, if you're not familiar with African culture, or if you're not familiar with even the movie Black Panther, the ancestors were mentioned in Black Panthers, and that may have been the first time anyone has heard the concept of it. Well, it's a lot like guardian angels, and I guess in some respects it really is one and the same, but it's when the spirit of those that have gone before us somehow lends protection and guidance in the world of flesh, as opposed to the other side. But yeah, and it just seems as though the Sussexes, not even seems as though, that's the wrong word, the Sussexes have like a layer of protection. It may be the ancestors in a more traditional sense. It could possibly be Princess Diana. It's hard to say, but Harry and Meghan, uh, as we may have noticed from the docu-series, there seemed to be that connection, some kind of connection. And whatever that is, I'll leave it to you to interpret it for yourself. But whatever that is, it seems to have just made a series of situations available to them. Like, for instance, leaving just before the global pandemic. They didn't know there was a global pandemic coming, but the timing of everything. Consider the fact that Harry and Meghan had their last full day as senior working royals before everything shut down. You couldn't make that up, right? Or how about leaving from Canada just before the borders close? Now, that one they saw it coming, but still hanging on to Tyler Perry's letter and being able to reach out to Tyler Perry, I would imagine on his direct line, and having a conversation with someone who understood what abuse looks like. And he acted swiftly with a private jet and a secure location that nobody knew about until they knew about it. However, that happened, we all know, but however that happened. So everything seemed to be at a certain pace that almost ensured their successful outcome. And of course, it was at a time and a place in the world of podcasting when people were taking on a risk. They were taking on the big names because they knew it would pay off. So it wasn't really that risky. It's the same reason they wanted the Obamas, the same reason why they wanted the Clintons, because they wanted to attract those names, not just to create content, whatever anybody tells you. It's not just about content, it's having those names in house to bolster the influence of that particular, you know, platform or platforms. Well, podcasts, streaming service. There you go. That's the one I'm looking for. So yeah, there just seem to be one after the other of these almost impossible situations. And yet, time and again, it just keeps working out and working out for the better. So you just couldn't make that up. And whether it's Princess Diana, whether it's the ancestors, whatever you want to call it just seems to be some guidance and something there. Yeah. And if you are a religious person, if you're a spiritual person, then you know what that something is. It may have been whatever, but something has been kind of guiding them along the way, ensuring that that the path was clear. I really do believe that. Lex says things began to shut down between March 10th and the 15th. Yeah, I get those days etched in my memory because I remember I had just come back from Japan in February, and already there was talks about this thing that's happening, and I recall that I watched them at the Westminster Abbey for the Commonwealth Day, and I remember that they had a policy of no handshakes. Uh, Charles was doing his namaste or whatever it was he was doing. He was one of the first people in the family to get sick, if not the first. But yeah, I remember that. Nobody was shaking hands. But I also recall that young girl, that beautiful young child, could not resist an opportunity to hug Meghan. You remember that? They were in the line leaving Westminster Abbey. And yeah, on the way out, big hug. And, that was that. Then it was off to Canada. So, wow. Wow. I mean, if anything had happened a little sooner or a little later, or if someone would have hesitated for just a moment, there's a good chance that any of those parts would not have been able to connect. So it is amazing. The no half in, no half out turned out to be a huge blessing for the Sussexes. Thank you, Lex, for your comment. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, B. Martin says the fix was in. Karma is coming to set it straight. Yes, yes. The fix was in. They really did a lot of pulling of the strings behind the scene. And hopefully hopefully I can do a fair job of unpacking that. So yeah, I'm so glad Rohini is available tonight. Oh, and by the way, you guys, thank you, B. Martin. I could not tear myself away from Spaces. Ooh, they are having an all-nighter in Spaces, and it was epic. I don't know if they're still on or not, but it was epic. I was just like, wow. Okay. Hey VS, I hope I said hi already. Okay. Leslie F is here. Very good. Okay, let me get to some of these slides. So there it is. That is a print edition of the Byline Times. What the papers don't say. I guess that's their motto. What the papers don't say. Dan Wooten and the truth about Mexit. I'm going to have to use Mexit, even though I have avoided that. But that's the title, so I'm just going to go with it. How the Murdoch and the monarchy's toxic relationship split the royal family. Dan Evans and Tom Lachin, they're the ones who put this together. And okay, so what I shared earlier on video is like a preview is a preview article that sets you up for this, which I believe is supposed to be part one of three. Am I right about that? And oh man, this is going to dominate the news for a while, and I hope it does. I hope that we don't get distracted from it. Um, that being said, there's a lot going on in the world, and surely there may be things that come up. Like, for instance, there's a situation in Maine tonight that seems to be of nightmares, and yeah, so if you're in the state of Maine, please shelter in place. I'll just say that. Please shelter in place until we know better. So there you go, right there. It's time for something new. For the first time this month's Byline Times is available in shops. The Mayor of London got his copy. Have you got yours? Available in selected W.H. Smiths and Waitrose or online. Help us build the better media Britain deserves. So I purchased my article. There were people that actually, I guess, did screenshots and put it up. Um, but if you have any consideration or respect for independent journalism, if you get your kicks out of this article and feel as though you've been vindicated for your position all this time, then you will do the same. It's not difficult to do. You can find the link to Byline Times and just go to their, you can do a subscription or you can just buy the individual article. So far, I just purchased the article, and now I'm thinking maybe I should have got the subscription. Whoa, boy, I tell you, was that a Freudian slip, a prescription? Was that a Freudian slip? As it's raining and my body feels like it's on fire from the arthritis. Wow, that was a Freudian slip. It's subscription, not prescription. uh, you know what I mean. Anyway, where was I before you all listen, can't fly with one wing, okay? Uh uh okay. Let me get back into character here. Whew, where'd that anyway? Um it's subscription, right? Yeah, it's subscription. Um, Let me see here. I want to close a couple of things because I got too much stuff open and may slow me down. Okay. All right. So I've closed some things. Anyway, so that's what happened today. They handed over a freshly printed copy to the mayor of London. To continue here, notice that they've even gone to the advertisements, including wrapping some of the black cabs. Some of those black cabs or black taxis have been wrapped with the Byline Times to remind people that you can buy this from the newsstand. You all, they are taking on a very, very, shall we say, um, powerful, uh, what do you call it? Powerful interest. Okay, a powerful interest, and that is the print media, because there's not much print media left, and yet they're going in. You know what? You can't judge things. You can't really judge things by the timing, because I remember when Oprah started O Magazine, when other magazines were folding, she actually made a magazine profitable just because of the content that was unique to the O Magazine. And what's so brilliant about that is that Every week, the Star, the Inquirer, People Magazine, all these magazines were making money from Oprah's likeness, and she wasn't getting anything from it because of the perceived public interest. Well, it turns out that people were just as excited to read nice things about Oprah as they were to read a lot of gossip from these tabloids, which just goes to show you don't have to be so negative just to sell a paper or to get clicks. You could also be positive, and make money. But that's they're too insecure about their ability to keep the public's interest, so they won't do that. Anyway, let me continue here. Gosh, I wish I had a Ricola handy. What did I do with my Ricola? I know I just had it yesterday. Oh well, no bother. Ricola? No Ricola. Hmm. Seems like there's always one somewhere when I don't need it. That's okay. I'll try one of these. Chai tea mints from Trader Joe's. That helps. Okay. So these are the things that you can expect in that article. If you download the article, I think I paid like maybe £5 for it. Well, no, almost £3, and US it came out to about $5. Let's see. Prince Harry and Meghan were forced out of Sandringham Agreement to continue in public service from Canada when his father pulled the plug on funding. As you know, there was supposed to be a 1-year period, and this was something they negotiated in the presence of the Queen, that they would be given a year to establish themselves in the US, right? And so, in order to do that, Charles was going to continue funding the Sussexes for that 1 year. And then they would evaluate whether or not they wanted to come back and be full-time working royals again. Well, they reneged on the agreement, and we'll explain why in just a second. It followed news that a partner of a key aide to Prince William received £4,000 from the Sun, allegedly for stories about the Duke and Duchess of Sussex when Wooten was executive editor. And then it goes on. This is also part of the same article. The payment came to light in an anonymous whistleblower email claiming to be from was that administrative workers within the Murdoch newspaper publishing empire. They told how the payments had provoked panic at the Sun and claimed senior executives quietly brushed the matter under the carpet. The payments allegedly related to stories about Archie's nannying and godparent arrangement, and Wooten, January 2020, breaking story about so-called Megxit, right? And that kind of goes a slightly different direction, and I'll explain that too. The Metropolitan Police looked into the alleged leaking, but could not go to a judge for a warrant to search royal staff property without knowing the identity of the whistleblower. Interesting. The two internal royal investigations followed. One involving Simon Case, who is today the embattled head of the civil service facing questions over the government's response to the pandemic. Next, Right here. The palace investigation cleared the aide after he denied being the source of Archie and Mexit information and told Case that neither he nor his partner were friends with Wooten, although they admitted to knowing the journalist. Now, you know what makes that so interesting? Let me go and take a look. I did not move that photo over yet because I'm going to use that in the video that I promise will be ready for you tomorrow. So I'm going to have a pretty long night. I hope not, but I think so. Let's see here. Let me take another look at that, and I'll tell you who's in the photo. You know what? Maybe I should just go ahead and move the photo over here. You know what? I will do that. Let me find that photo, and you can see for yourself, because there's no sense in being cagey about it when I could just share it with you. Let me. Oh, okay. Let me find that photo. Oh Lord, no, that's not it. Yeah, I did a PDF. There's my PDF right there. Let me find that photo. Well, you know what? Okay, I'll let you see for yourself. In plain sight, it says, it sure is, I say. Oh, Lord. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm going as fast as I can. Give me just a second here. Here comes the sun. Doo doo doo. Here comes the sun. You all, I went to my receipts. Which I will share with you in due course. I did go into my receipt box. I went into my Royal Danish cookie can. I went into my Royal Danish cookie can and I found some receipts. You know how sometimes things don't really make sense to you in the moment? Oh, why do I still have that? Let me get rid of that. Sometimes things don't make as much sense to you in the moment, and then all of a sudden, you have what they refer to in, I guess, it's psychology, as a moment of clarity, or is that the 12-step program? Anyway, okay, here's the photo. Now, remember, what did I leave off? Okay, Byline Times has uncovered new photographic evidence of Wooten, the aide, and the aide's partner at a lavish private birthday party Wooten threw for his close friends in a 1,675 pound a night hotel suite. Boom. Okay. So who do we have here? Christian Jones. And who else do we have here? It appears that the person who's embracing him is likely his partner, whose face is covered up. And there's Dan Wooten. Dan, Maria Joseph, Martin Branning Wooten. Now, that's one thing that I have been trying to do, is to see if there was not an image of Dan Wooten and one of the people working at Kensington Palace. Well, there is a photo of Dan Wooten in the same space with someone who works at Kensington Palace, or worked at Kensington Palace, but it wasn't the one that I suspected. It seems to be, but you know what? They all seem to be in cahoots together. So what difference does it make? They all seem to have they seem to walk in the same circles, if you understand what I'm saying. It seems like they're all just a pulled pork sandwich away from from whatever they're away from. You know what I'm saying? It seems like there's more pulled pork sandwiches than you could shake a stick at. And let it suffice to say, when Harry got his instructions at Eton to not venture into certain areas and pretend like you don't know me, I'm just going to say, I don't think Harry did know him. Yeah, maybe he didn't know himself until he got to Eton. It's all so sordid. It's all so sordid. Boy, you all are chattering away. I can't figure out where I left off. Okay, give me a second to scroll back just a little bit here. Just want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats because, that would be rude. So, wow. I have been scrolling forever just to get back here again. Thank you so much, B. Martin. That was the last one. Okay, just making sure. Now I'm going to scroll forward. I'm sure it's some really great stuff that I'm missing, but got to get through these slides because there's some good information here. Okay, so I'm all caught up. Cookies and cream, Mary H. I'm all caught up. Thank you very much. All right, so it says here, Prince Harry sent formal letter before action detailing the claim about Wooten and the palace to News UK. Sir Clive Alderton, today King Charles and Queen Camilla's right-hand man, and the former Lord Chamberlain, Lord Peel, put pressure on Harry to alter the legal papers. Alter the legal papers. When the aide's name was not removed from the legal letters, the Sussexes were cut adrift financially and left unable to protect themselves despite having a security threat level equal to the monarch. A security threat level equal to the monarch. So if you're picking up what they're putting down, because of whatever legal paperwork to do with these leaks that continue to leak, they wanted that person's name off of it. They wanted that person's name off of it. So when the aide's name was not removed from the legal letter, the Sussexes were cut adrift financially and left unable to protect themselves despite having a security risk threat level equal to the monarch. That means that, I'm going to just venture to say it was probably greater than that of the monarch, only because one thing that we do know from President Barack Obama, whatever the level of threats there were preceding Obama entering the White House, right? You could multiply it by 10, maybe 20. And some of the people that threatened President Obama, threatened Michelle, threatened Sasha and Malia and her mother, some of the people who made these threats did not even bother to conceal their identities. They didn't care. They did not care. And that always happens when there's a person of color in spaces that traditionally have never had a person of color. There is a panic that kicks in, and people lose their ever-loving minds. Obama sold more firearms than anybody else. Any type of advertisement or campaign, any movie, Barack Obama sold more firearms. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? If you aren't familiar, I'll tell you what that means. That means that there was a perceived threat, and because of that perceived threat to the status quo, to the way of life, people threatened him a lot. And that's what happened with Meghan. That's what happened with Meghan. Because of Meghan's presence, the threat level rose. Harry was deemed a race traitor. Take a look at this. Historical fiction. Clinton took our guns away. That's not a fact, that's fiction. Barack Obama, see there? Obama took our guns away. Biden will take our guns away. All of those have not happened, are untrue, but that doesn't stop the threats. That doesn't stop the sales of firearms, because people are certain that their way of life is being threatened. And somehow, 110 pounds Meghan Markle was a threat to the whole of British society, to all of the future existence of the United Kingdom. And the way people figured that that had to be true is because it was on Good Morning Britain every day. It was on Loose Women. And Lorraine talked about it. Everybody can't be wrong, can they? And then, of course, that was just like adding kerosene to a fire that was already burning ever since Harry announced his intentions to marry Meghan Markle. So they were living under threat. They deserved to have the same level of protection that any other senior royal would have. That includes William and his family. That includes Charles and his emotional support, Camilla. It includes all of those things. And as Harry, and I keep saying this, Harry is the son of a head of state. In the history of this country, I don't know any president that has had to pay for protection for their children. Now, of course, the Secret Service was not established, at the birth of the country. It didn't come along until later on. But once there was established the Secret Service, once there was established that a first family was under threat, then the Secret Service provided protection. There was no question of the president or the first lady paying for their own protection. So that by itself is strange. How dare you take away your son's security because you want him to remove the name of someone who leaked information that made their situation risky anyway? You want that person's name removed for what? Who were you afraid this investigation would lead to? So, let me see. Okay. Today, the king and queen come. All right, White Hand. Okay. When the aide's name was not removed from the legal letter, the Sussexes were okay. I did that. The royal household had thought the threat of exposure would force Harry and Meghan to return to the United Kingdom, where their profile would be controlled, preventing them from eclipsing the future king. So at this point, the queen is already over 90 years of age. At this point, let's see, well, Philip died after they left, right? Yeah. So Philip is, teetering closer to the edge. So we know that there's going to be some changes in the next 5 years at the most. Didn't even take that long. Philip is terribly ill. The queen may have just been, diagnosed with whatever was her problems. We don't know when that started. They're not saying, but we do know the queen spent the night in the hospital prior to the pandemic, and they did not want to talk about it. They didn't mention that the queen stayed in the hospital. It wasn't found out until later on. So obviously, given their age, if nothing else, we know something's about to change. And so for that reason, um, everybody was doing their power moves. And the last thing they wanted was for Harry and Meghan to be the couple that people turn to in that institution. Charles, with his very fragile ego, he needed to be number one. And William, with his lifelong panic about Harry's successes, Harry can run faster, jump higher, argue the best case. No wonder we call him light-skinned Harry, because that's pretty much what we have to do every day. We have to run faster, jump higher, and argue the best case. And hope that that's enough. Yeah, weird how that works. The royal household had thought the threat of exposure, okay, and I'm at the last one here, but it drove a wedge through the royal family and set in train, should be chain, right? Train events leading to, oh, maybe that's right, leading to Prince Harry's book Spare, a string of high-profile commercial media deals and ongoing bad blood in the British monarchy. So, okay, let me go to the next slide here. Why do I have that there? Oh, Lord. I think I'm out of order again. Yeah, there we go. So that shouldn't be there. I'll come back to that. So one of the squatties posted this. Remember when this was one of the rare times Meghan got papped in the UK and Christian Jones was with her. And we all knew he allegedly leaked the lunch or someone at KP. So this is Meghan, not out on official royal duty. Meghan is dressed all about the civilian here. And yet somebody leaked Meghan's whereabouts. And Meghan happens to be with someone who was supposed to be their communication guy. And that, of course, is Christian Jones. So it appears, it seems, I guess the case can be made, allegedly, that this is the person who was under investigation, perhaps, allegedly. That this is the person who was able to share information to the tabloids. This is why I say, when it came to the Mexit, oh God, I hate that name. When it came to that, I was looking toward someone who went to college down under, Jason Knopf. I thought for sure, well, I can't say for sure because I don't have direct evidence, but it just seems that is an awfully big world. And for Jason Knopf to end up at Kensington Palace working for the Cambridges and then working for the Sussexes and working for the Cambridges again, and yet he has gone to university with Dan Wooten. This is why I say there may be a much broader connection than, well, I guess I can't say than we thought, because it all seems to pull together, doesn't it? It's not to say that I have any evidence that there has been wrongdoing. I'm saying that Byline Investigates seems to believe that that is a collection of people that were too close for their own good. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it. Byline Investigation is saying it. So, okay, right here. So Prince William Private Secretary Christian Jones quit after 10 months in role. And what is the date on this one? Let me see. Christian Jones could be called to give evidence in Meghan Markle lawsuit against Associated Newspaper. Really? I knew I was saving this for a reason. The team behind Prince William and Kate Middleton just lost a member. That's right. Prince William's private secretary, Kristen Jones, stepped down after just under a year in the role, according to The Telegraph. The outlet reports Jones is joining private equity group Bridgeport as a partner, though he'll continue to advise the Cambridges despite. So, did he step down or did he not step down? He's stepping down. It sounds to me like someone was awarded, allegedly, a great job that paid a great deal more money than what they were offering at the palace. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it was just extra money. Who knows? But he stepped down. They lost a member of the staff, but yet he's still going to be there to advise them. And that was in the Telegraph. God help us, the Telegraph. And then the other little thing that I've been saving for the longest. Who are the palace for? The palace for are royal aides who have been, whatever that is, Meghan Markle's, let me pull it down instead of pretending like I know what to say, have been named in Meghan Markle's privacy row at the High Court and are expected to be called to give evidence. Jason Knopf, Communications Secretary to both the Duke and Duchess of Sussex and the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, he helped Meghan to draft the letter she sent to her estranged father. Now, we know that that's not true. We know that that has been totally, disputed. Jason declared himself the co-author of the letter so that Meghan would not own the copyright outright, meaning that half of the letter would belong to Jason Knopf, because Meghan, the best educated woman in the royal family, needs Jason Knopf to help her write a letter to her father. Does that sound sensible to you? Meghan Markle needed Jason Knopf to help her write a letter to her father. That didn't happen. That did not happen. And so when it was revealed that Jason Knopf would be called to witness, since he declared himself the co-author of the letter, guess what happened? All of a sudden, he wasn't the co-author of the letter. It was just Meghan. Can you believe that someone who worked for the Sussexes as a communication officer, secretary, would change their allegiance, not that they ever lost it, but change their allegiance back to the Cambridges and even offer to take one for the team by declaring himself to be the co-author of the letter? Do you see how desperate these people are? Do you see how manipulative things were at Kensington Palace? And then how does Samantha the Panther, Samantha Cohen, how does she fit into this? Former private secretary to the Sussexes and long-standing senior royal aide, she was planning to leave the palace in 2018, but agreed to stay on to help Meghan. She stayed on to help Meghan? What is there so vital about being a duchess of the realm that you need Samantha's help? Now, I'm not going to pretend like Meghan walked through the door with all the answers, but she was eager to learn. She was glad to be able to use her platform combined with Harry's platform, combined with the royal family's platform and the idea of going out to the Commonwealth to work with people of color, women who needed help with things like hygiene products and financial planning and all the things that they can learn from a good education. She was glad to do it. That's her life's work. That was her mission. She wanted to continue it. And as a member of the royal family, what a better place to be, right? Because at least you would be able to have more of a reach, right? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Not a bad idea. But it would make a lot of people jealous. So Samantha the Panther was supposed to leave in 2018, but she stayed on. No bitterness or resentment there, right? Wrong. I don't know it to be true, but my hunch tells me that may have been a very bitter person who stayed on longer than she wanted to. And by staying, she was able to reassure some very powerful people, allegedly, that she could keep that actress in line. That sounds like a really good plan for people who want to make sure everything goes their way, right? I should be prosecuting this case to make sure that everything goes their way. Yeah, so bring in no nonsense Samantha the Panther. Yeah. She'll live up to her reputation. Surely she will. So she stayed on. And by the way, Samantha was the first woman to work as a communication secretary in the royal household. Yeah, she was a trailblazer where that's concerned. How long did she work in the royal family? I think it was for like 16 years. 16 years. And see, there's a certain psychology that goes with a person like Samantha. Really, you can call it a demotion. You can call it a demotion because when you work within the royal household, your stature becomes elevated. As time goes by, you take on more responsibility. How she must have felt to been given a task to babysit the American actress, the woman of color. What a shortfall that must have been for her ego. Now, I don't know her. Everything I'm saying is alleged, but it seems to me that there would be a resentment there. That means that you would smile and not show your teeth type of resentment. That means that even though you received the Royal Victorian Order back in 2016, how in the world did you find yourself in this position? Now, I would imagine that the Queen asked her personally because she liked Meghan. She was trying to do Meghan a favor. But there may have been other people that are future monarchs themselves. There could have been. I'm going to allege that there is the possibility that someone who is going to be king in the future not only would manage to weaponize someone like that against the Sussexes if they decided that's what they wanted to do, but that person could probably weaponize just about anybody. I mean, think about it. In a room where there's Meghan, Harry, William, Kate, and royal aides, secretaries, who's the highest ranking person in that room? Who is the one that everybody has to answer to? Right. So that carries a lot of weight. This is why it has been alleged that Charles, his staff at Clarence House, began to run roughshod over the Queen's staff, the Buckingham Palace crew, because the Queen wasn't long for this world. And rumor has it that because Charles didn't seem to have much respect for his mother toward the end or her household, then his staff treated the Queen's household with little respect and a lack of deference. They didn't feel they needed to respect the Queen's household. So, for those reasons that I just mentioned, that means that there was a lot of leverage for anybody who was Team Will and Kate. And that there was a lot of falling out. There were a lot of rows, if you will, at Kensington Palace. So they had to separate the household because it caused a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety for everybody. Whatever Harry and Meghan did, their staff would have to go and report to William's staff and clear it with William's people and probably with Clarence House. So all of these ideas of how Harry and Meghan would spend their time within the royal family as senior working royals was being slapped down one after the other. Oh, you can't do this because I got to do that. Oh, you can't go there because that's my thing. No, we need you to be 50%. That's really what happened. If they were going to give one of the larger apartments, I think it was the Kent's apartment or the Gloucester's apartment, even if they were going to give one of the larger apartments at Kensington Palace to the Sussexes to start their family, would you want to stay? I wouldn't. They always say that at Kensington Palace, every time you step out the house, out of your apartment, the curtains are moving because it was a lot of people peering out of their windows, other family members, other staff people. You really had no privacy there. So they couldn't stay under the watchful gaze of the likes of those people. Okay, let me get back over here. Is this making sense to you guys? I mean, again, it's just my opinion. It's all alleged. I'm just saying what makes sense to me. Let's see. Alicia says, okay, Baron, all this drama and stress is causing me to stress eat. Just opened a bag of Halloween candy to make me feel better. Well, if there was any way that you could put that through the internet and send me a piece, I'd appreciate it. But yeah, Alicia, I understand. But the good news is that we are finally getting somewhere. There will be no better feeling than to know that the Sussexes' rationale for leaving will be validated more publicly instead of the spin about them wanting their privacy and just wanting to make money. And all of these people know why they left. They may pretend otherwise, but they know why they left. They know what was working against them. They know why they had to leave. Even if they pretend otherwise, we all know. So that's the important thing, is we're getting somewhere. Now, Christian Jones, former Deputy Communications Secretary to Meghan and Harry, and current acting private secretary to the Cambridges. Well, this is before he stepped down, before he left after 10 months. And then, of course, Sarah Latham. How does she figure into this? Now, Sarah, I believe, isn't she one of the co-authors of the article? Let me make sure that I look at that one more time. No, I'm sorry. It's Tom Lechner. Okay. Sorry about that. Just making sure. So how does she figure into it? Couples Director of Communication and now a senior Buckingham Palace advisor, she is said to have helped fact check Finding Freedom. So maybe she's not as shady as the rest of them. But then again, wasn't Finding Freedom, if I recall, wasn't that Jason Knopf's idea? Wasn't that his idea? to throw open the doors to Omid and that other lady that co-authored the book. Um, Kensington Palace wanted that book to be. They wanted that book. It gave them something to dispute, but I think they were cooperating with the making of that book. I might be wrong, but um, it gave them something to dispute. It was something that they could use against the Sussexes later on. But don't quote me on that. So, all right. I'm going to take a look at a couple of your comments. Okay, director of Harry and Meghan. Yeah, Jason Knopf was a communication director for Harry and Meghan, and he openly stabbed them at their core, and now rewarded with prestigious Royal National. Well, he did receive one of the honors. He did receive one of those honors. I even got a photo of that somewhere. Okay. Tashmak, yeah, that's true. These media idiots fail to realize that intelligent people would question why Kensington Palace refused to fire any staff who leaked on Meghan, but forced her out for a 4 a.m. email and being competent in her role. Well, and that's what I said some time ago. I've said it a few times. Even if Meghan came in there wielding an axe, even if Meghan was sputtering around with an old rusty chainsaw, whatever the case may be, these people are the help. Your brother and your brother's wife, your sister-in-law, that's your family. These people are the help. When do you put your help, your staff, when do you put your staff before your family? Your brother that you need to do your job in the future, you take their position over your brother and your sister-in-law? Well, the answer is no, because the truth is it wasn't the staff's position, it was William's position. None of that stuff that happened at Kensington Palace would have happened without the implied consent or direct consent of William and Kate. None of that would have happened. Just like Ruby Dee said in the movie, what is that? The one with Frank, what's his name? Where she said, if your brother was a cop, I'm sorry, no, if you were a cop, then your brother would have been a cop. If you would have been a doctor, your brother would have been a doctor. Your brother follows you, right? So in this case, if the staff looking toward William for guidance and looking toward him for wisdom and leadership, if William would have had any respect for Harry, would have had any respect for Meghan, then things would have been very different. Aside from muttering things under their breath, there probably wouldn't have been much of a problem. But because William and Kate took the lead of pettiness, since they were the chief plotters against Harry and Meghan, then of course the rest of the staff followed suit. The ones that were loyal to the Sussexes, their work became unbearable because they found themselves stuck between an egg and a hard place. But for the rest of the staff, it was easy. It's just business as usual. Whether you're plotting against someone within the household or outside the household, as long as you're, being petty, that's all that matters. I'm so grateful to Byline Times that this is coming out. We need to share it, tweet it, like it, or whatever else you call it, to make sure that this doesn't get swept under the rug. They tried to do that with Dan Wooten. They tried. The media tried. They would not talk about Dan Wooten, but yet he's gone. So yeah, let's make sure that this one sticks. Okay, I'm going to go to the next slide. All right. So there you go. Sarah Latham, Amy Pickering. I think Amy is cool. Not sure. Samantha the Panther, Samantha Cohen, and of course Tweedledee and Tweedledum, Kristen Jones, Jason Knopf, Simon Katz. Right? Callous, corrupt, craven, contemptible, and culpable. You can interchange those with any of them. By the way, big shout out to the squatty that put these together, but you could interchange those with any of them. So let me see. Yeah, so that's the big three right there for William. That's the big three: Kristen Jones, Jason Knopf, and Simon Case. Now, Simon Case, as I mentioned yesterday, he is a no-show because apparently he's having some medical episode and is unable to, what was it, testify about the pandemic and everything that was happening there. Jason Knopf, who went to university with Dan Wooten, whether or not they know each other, we don't know. There's no evidence that they were ever in the same space at the same time, but they just happened to be there at the same time, right? And they both happened to end up in London. Go figure. Especially when you consider Dan Wooten is from New Zealand and Jason Knopf is from Texas, right? They're not British by birth or English by birth. They're not. But Jason Knopf somehow has found himself in the halls of power with some incredibly powerful people. Same with Kristen Jones and Simon Case. They're relatively young to be in such circles. They started young. They started young. It's not that they're so young now, but they started young. Very ambitious. You'd be a fool to underestimate any of them. The name reportedly comes from a senior royal nicknamed Meghan Markle, degree wife, and says marriage will only last 3 years. That was back in 2019. Meghan Markle reportedly has a few rude nicknames, but the latest one apparently comes from a senior member of the royal family. As Harry said, we left, we stayed quiet for 1 year, but the leaks continued. So this is 2019. This is a leak before they even left. And because of frustration, they decided, hey, yeah, we'll talk to you, Oprah. So they did. It didn't help a whole lot because the tabloid media kicked into overdrive. Okay, Kristen Jones' background, and just in case you're curious. According to his LinkedIn, Jones has worked for the Royals since December 2018. I remember when he got hired. I remember when he got hired because one of the tabloids was saying that, well, they were trying to imply that Meghan was going to have an eye for him. And oh, it was so twisted. Anyway, according to his thing, Jones worked as a royal senior for the Royals since December 2018 after almost 7 years of experience working with 2 government departments. The Cardiff University graduate was the former Brexit speechwriter for David Davis at the Department of Exiting the European Union. Wow, he was in the thick of it, wasn't he? He was in the role from October 2016 until September 2017 before taking up the position of department's press secretary. So Just like Simon Case, someone who is otherwise a bureaucrat ends up working for William. William is the one that hired these people. And I'm pretty sure they were recommended because they were young, ambitious, and wanted that proximity to power, a future king. Before that, he was chief press officer at the Treasury from November 2014 to October 2016, serving under George Osborne and Chancellor Philip Hammond. In his royal role, which was advertised publicly, he liaised with British and international media, as well as support the royals' charitable work and engagements. He was recruited by Kensington Palace as deputy communications secretary and worked for both the Cambridges and the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Go figure. Christian became communications secretary to the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge in April of 2019 after Meghan and Prince Harry split the households from Kate and Prince William. So, yeah, in 2019, before Harry and Meghan left, there was the separation of the two households. If I'm correct, I believe their offices moved to Buckingham Palace instead of Kensington Palace. Yeah, and then eventually, of course, the Sussexes, either before or after they went to Frogmore. So, yeah, in the thick of it. So let's go through these. I'm going to go through these as fast as I can. Let's see. YM Droid says, I suspect they'll also share their pool point. Hey, like I said, there's something that these guys have in common. I can only imagine what it is. I can only imagine. I'm pretty sure that before that trip to Poland, that the address and name and address of that restaurant was already in the Rolodex, already loaded onto the royal iPhone. But thank you, YM Droid. Okay, so royal rival Kate Middleton has fallout with glamorous best friend and tells Prince William to phase her out. The Duchess of Cambridge views Rose Hansberry as a royal rival, and the fallout is much worse than first thought. Okay, where did that come from? Dan Wooten. Here's another Dan Wooten. Can't believe Prince Charles' mates and staff are moaning about the crown. What was Netflix meant to do? Pretend he wasn't a horrible husband to Princess Diana, who treated a naive 20-year-old like dirt before cheating on her consistently and brazenly with Camilla? That happened. Yeah, Dan Wooten, in case you didn't know, Dan Wooten wasn't always a tool for the royal family. He openly spoke out often. Now, originally, Dan was supposed to be like, a entertainment person, but he slowly morphed more into all things royal, with the occasional, dig at somebody else. Dan Wooten, as a royalist, I hate to say it, but I'm beginning to doubt that Prince Charles has the capacity to become King Charles III without threatening the future of the British monarchy. He said that in June of 2022 before the Queen died. Oh, there's a repeat right there. So let me go to the one beneath that one. I've wrestled with my conscience out of a loyalty to Princess Diana, who the royals and establishment wrongly want to erase from history. But after the coronation, it's finally time to accept Queen Camilla. Won't that make you upchuck? Connie Palmer! Hey, Connie Balmer. Let's see. B. Martin says, henceforth, the bullying campaign, they're jerks. Yes, absolutely. The bullying campaign, let us recall that started a couple days before the Oprah interview because they were not sure what the Sussexes were going to say. And since they couldn't get an advance copy of the Oprah Winfrey interview, they decided to go with, oh, Meghan is a bully. And that was reinforced by who? Jason Knopf. Jason Knopf reinforced that lie. Jason Knopf, who was lurking around the Sussexes as a communication secretary, he was the one who said that there was a staff member so shaken and he was so concerned. They really, really put together what on the outside appeared to be a very credible thing, except when you consider all of the people that Meghan has worked with throughout the years. There hasn't been one person that has made any complaints about her character. Not at Suits, not working at the yogurt shop, nowhere. Now, there were a couple of people who casually knew Meghan who said that she ghosted them because, well, they were offered money for things to add in the article, but not real people. These were people that casually knew Meghan, people that were expendable because they really weren't that close in the first place. When you move to another country, I don't know why somebody thinks that you're obliged to be on the phone with them every night when you have just taken on something as big as a Duchess of the Realm, representing an entire commonwealth. You ain't got time for that nonsense just so that you can tell people, oh, I talked to Meghan last night. No, you didn't, because Meghan ain't talking to you. If you were worth keeping, she'd have kept you. But because the intentions were, what do you call it? The intentions were established, she got rid of them if they were that close to begin with. So there was nobody of merit that could say that there was any question about Meghan's character. It just did not exist. The black side of the family, the side that the conspirators would have loved to have in their back pocket. What did they get? Nothing. Dust. The only people of relations that they could manipulate was the wacky daddy, who's on another planet, and of course the brother who, anyway, we know the Markles, the trashy side of her family, but the trashy side, but not the black people. Interesting. And I'm pretty sure that they thought that it would be the other way around, and it just wasn't. That dog wouldn't hunt. It's one of those days when I say to myself, I am proud to be African American. Yeah, because I know. I don't know if Doria put the lockdown or what, but they didn't turn against her. It was the other side of her family. That speaks volumes, doesn't it? Oh, oh gosh. Okay, that was from another slide. So I think we're good with this one. Hello, Desiree Dotson. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see. The royal family are trifling. They have shown who they are. Who they really are. They will reap what they have sown. They show just how childish they are. Grow up. Thank you for that. Okay. So, Dan Wooten, unless Harry resigns from Netflix immediately in protest at the travesty that is Diana, the musical, then he is nothing more than a prince of hypocrisy. Uh-huh. Or how about this one? Prince Harry left the royal family in order to make tens of millions of dollars from Netflix, Spotify, banks, and whoever the hell else will pay them. He can provide his own darn security if he wants to come back to the UK. And if he doesn't want to, then he will be, he will not be missed. Yeah, he will not be missed. That's what I meant to say. All right. And then lastly, Prince Harry left the royal family. And is that the same thing? Oh, I did do that one twice, didn't I? Okay. Sorry about that. Well, anyway, here's the thing. Dan Wooten, like a lot of the other tabloid journalists, seem to be heavily invested in this idea that the Sussexes need to quit Netflix. It was all part of the big pressure campaign by the tabloid media to try to prohibit people from working with the Sussexes, to try to prevent them from making money. Because they were supposed to fail when Charles, what was it, $700,000 that they were supposed to get for that year after they left? When Charles cut that money off, Harry and Meghan were supposed to fail. They were supposed to come running back, and they would have been easier to control. They would have been more, shall we say, passive if they would have had to come back with their tails between their legs. Instead of roaring back like the, well-to-do people they are today, they would want them to come limping back into the fold. And that way, there would be no question about you being seen and not heard unless we want to hear from you. That is what they wanted. But it didn't go to plan. They are thriving in the United States. Thriving. Do you hear me? But they were so upset about Netflix and Spotify. What they thought, or at least what they hoped, you know what? I hate to believe that they thought it was true, but I do think that they believed it was true, that the Sussexes were going to market themselves, selling cars and sunglasses and all that kind of stuff. They could not conceive of Harry and Meghan executive producers. They could not conceive of the Archwell Foundation. They couldn't conceive of the Archwell Productions. They couldn't conceive of it. But yet there it is. And who saw better upcoming, amongst other things? Barron, they wasn't going to mess with Doria because she knew where the bodies were buried. They were only married for 2 years. She knew they were crazy. Well, Thomas Markle Jr. seemed to spill a lot of tea about that. Nothing to do with Doria, of course. Okay. And there's this Dan Wooten and Meghan Markle today announced that they would be standing down as senior royals and moving to Canada, leaving the Queen deeply upset and Prince Charles and Prince William incandescent with rage. Incandescent with rage. The couple rushed out a bombshell statement after their plans were exclusively revealed in The Sun, but the failure to consult the royals has triggered outrage. Now, we know that was a lie. We know that that's a Dan Wooten lie. I'm not even going to throw in a ledge on that. We know that that's a lie. That was disputed, heavily disputed, because they had been in negotiation about leaving for months, right? For months. The Queen knew, everybody who needed to know was aware of it. But instead of leaking the story and waiting for the palace to say, yeah, well, we knew. The palace, did not admit that they knew anything. They left Harry and Meghan to twist in the wind, to wither on the vine. And they played as though they had no idea that they were caught off guard. And of course, the big headline, they didn't even tell the Queen. They didn't even tell the Queen. The truth is, it was known, right? And then, of course, Dan could not resist doing a victory lap by making sure that he took credit for it. Let me see here. It says, how I really broke the news of Mexit and gave Harry and Meghan 10 days warning to handle the situation before we publish. And what did the palace do? Nothing. So they allowed the tabloid media, Dan Wooten, the Sun, to bully the Sussexes, to pull a power move on them. Either you tell it or we will. Isn't that the same thing that happened to Philip Schofield? Isn't that what they did to Philip Schofield? Either you say it or we'll say it. You got, 10 days? I don't know how many days they gave him. How often do they pull this? That's unbelievable. And the palace did nothing. And some of the people in the comments on the Deranger pages, on the videos, on the YouTube and such, some of the people in those comments, most of the people, as a matter of fact, they are convinced that Harry and Meghan blindsided the Queen. It ain't like they went over to Windsor Castle and infected her with a global pandemic. That was another member of the family, allegedly. They negotiated for months. But it didn't matter because the scoop somehow was given to the Sun. Someone within the royal household or someone on the staff, a trusted member of staff, leaked the information to the Sun, leaked that information to Dan Wooten, who in turn threatened them to, announce in 10 days, or I'll do it myself. You tell it or I will. Gosh, that sounds like the same thing that happened to Schofield. Either you come out or we'll snatch you out. Come out wherever you are. Plus, my view on why the Sussexes are becoming professional victims. Thank you, Press Gazette. So initially, I don't believe Dan Wooten said anything about, the ultimatum, you got 10 days or else. But he was glad to do the victory lap after the fact. So what is that, January 10th? He was glad to do it. Judith Reynolds, the palace gave the media and Wooten full power to lie, attack, and abuse Harry and Meghan. It's just disgusting. Yeah, it is. It is. It just goes to show that they're not a family, they're the firm. Workshop Willie says, I wonder if the staff bullying was a storyline that they set in motion from the beginning. Someone may have coached them to not compete certain tasks or take. Well, like I said, the staff bullying thing, that was before the Oprah Winfrey interview. They said, well, okay, they were leaking stuff about bully before that, but they said that they were investigating a couple days before the Oprah Winfrey interview so that they would have a counter narrative so that they could explain away any truth bombs that was released by the Sussexes or mentioned by the Sussexes during the Oprah Winfrey interview. Other than that, it just really came from out of nowhere. I mean, the pushy princess and all that other stuff. Yeah, they were stirring that pot because, well, I mean, after all, when you're dealing with someone black, it's an easy thing to do to come up with the angry black woman trope. It's lazy because it's not even clever. It's actually very typical. It is one of those, weapons in the arsenal that they use against black women. So people that are, far right leaning, alt right leaning, those type of people, they're glad to believe it. They will accept it without question. It's got to be true. Okay. Desiree Dotson says, what did it for me was when they pulled security detail and left them stranded with no protection. Charles or your Charles or your grandchild and your child, your sons, their lives were in jeopardy, so he didn't care. Yeah. Yeah. That it was a punishment. It was a punishment for not taking that staff member's name. This is according to Byline, for not taking that staff member's name off of the investigation, off of the the investigation. Was it lost in investigation? Well, anyway, let me see. Oh yeah, Garrett was the footballer, right? Was he rugby or footballer? I think he was played rugby, right? Contradicts himself. Oh, yeah, that's a monumental understatement. If he's talking, he's contradicting himself. Dan Wooten launches a tirade against the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Well, I love to go to this one. It's so much easier for them to blame anything uncomfortable on racism rather than address the fact that the negativity towards them is coming from within the royal family. It's coming from it's coming from within the royal family. Oh, he's even sounds sinister. Dan Wooten, Charles Hope, William and Kate Aid quitting would entice Harry back into the family, but that shattering podcast, he knows it will take years. Let me see. That was May of 2021. So that was a couple months after the Oprah interview, right? The Oprah interview was in March. I'm trying to establish a timeline. But yeah, so I forget what the article was. I don't remember the details of the article, but yeah. So Jason Knopf was supposedly let go, even though he went on to work for their charity and eventually was awarded one of those trinkets personally by William. Isn't that interesting? Jason Knopf gone but not gone. Christopher Jones, Christian Jones gone but not gone. How many people have left but not left? They take on an advisory role. Let's see. Helen Cole says Charles will pay for Andrew's security and upkeep, but will not for his own son. Charles needs to refund Meghan and Harry for the work they've done on Frogmore. Yeah. And I'm going to go a little further and say he needs to refund them what they've been paying for their security. That is a head of state. Charles is a head of state. And Harry is his son, not to mention the fact that he served his 2 tours of duty, that he's been dubbed a race traitor for Mary and Meghan. He lives under constant threat. He did not ask to be born into that family. That was just a circumstance out of his control. Charles did not ask to be born into that family either. And Charles gets all the trappings that go with it. And the very least that he could do is to make sure that his son receives the level of protection that is consistent with any other child of a head of state. Not to mention the fact that, you know, his father is a billionaire, right? Quite well off. Harry shouldn't be paying for this protection himself, even though he's volunteered to do it. I'm just going to say it. He should not be paying. Charles should be paying. He is doing to his son what was done to Princess Diana. That is the exact same thing. He is doing to his child the same thing that was done to his ex-wife, leaving her vulnerable at the worst possible time. So yeah, we're going to do a podcast. We're going to make videos. I'm going to write a book. Eventually, Meghan's going to write a book, but we will be protected. We will. Thank you, Helen Cole. Thank you so much for the super chat. So there you have it, underlined right there. Roll of graduates. Jason Matthew Knopf. And then if you look down there, Daniel John William Wooten. Is it William? Yeah, William, I think. Daniel John. That sounds like a name of a, I'm trying not to say it, but you know, those people that have unalived multiple people, the kind that have abused animals growing up, and then later on they, you know, are digging shallow holes in the ground in secluded air. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like one of those people. It sounds like someone who will end up being a docudrama, or what is it? No, not docudrama. Well, that too, or a series on Netflix. Yeah, yeah. Someone who would end up in an orange jumpsuit or something like that. Someone whose brain will be studied post mortem. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Helene Groen, thank you so much for being here. It still makes my blood boil. Wank wanted more. So when the brother and family are gone, there is more for me. The most disgusting thing was blocking all funds so they would get back control. Yeah, yeah. They didn't want Harry or Meghan to have any type of autonomy. They didn't want them to have any agency over their own existence. They wanted them grown adults. And I'm just going to say high achievers, because they are very disciplined and very purposeful about everything that they do. Is done with so much purpose. So for Harry to have established the Invictus Games, I'm just going to say high achiever. And, you know, there's a lot of people in this world that have been actors, but to have had a strong component of being an entrepreneur, a humanitarian, and all the other stuff that Meghan has done before she married into that family. I still have that article somewhere. Why you need to know Meghan Markle? Why the British people or whatever it was, why they need to know Meghan Markle. I mean, it was a beautiful article mentioning all of her achievements and why people should love her. That was before the hate campaign. Thank you, Helene. Let's see. Red Lady. Charles never respected his family from the lying and cheating. Yeah, Charles is very indecisive. He's very vindictive, shady as who knows what, and he does not protect the people in his life. He does not protect people. As evident by Spare, Harry was not well protected as a child. And I don't mean physical protection, I mean emotional protection. And of course, as it turns out, Harry was left vulnerable without security. His mother was left vulnerable without security. The mother of a future king was left vulnerable without security. Kate's parents are the laughing stock of Buckleberry, right? William has $1 billion, £1 billion. Charles has £1 billion, way more than that, both of them. What are they going to protect William's in-laws? By the way, the grandmother and grandfather of a future king, right? What are they doing to protect them? They are allowing them to be humiliated, and they're not stepping in to do anything. Interesting. But that runs in the family. They don't protect the people closest to them. No protection. Charles was left emotionally destroyed by his parents. They went off for 6 months. The Queen comes back and greets him with a handshake. And Philip, by all accounts, Philip was trying to kill him. So, I mean, do you need a hint? It looked like Philip would had a stronger preference for Afro Annie. So he didn't care, you know? But even with all of that, you would think, oh, well, Charles is going to be a better person. He's not. He wasn't, and he's not. And he's never going to be. He's never going to take the high road. And when people were, going after Camilla, it took a long time before he reacted to that. And that was Camilla, the so-called romance of the century. He didn't care. He always thinks these things take care of themselves, so long as he doesn't have to get involved. His mother is slowly slipping away. What does he do? He goes out and pick mushrooms. And then they come and tell him, it's that time. Your Majesty. Probably the next person who spoke to him called him king, because he wasn't there. He went out and forced mushrooms. I'm looking at the television. I see the Queen is close to the end. I was like, I'm going to have to work on some type of obituary or something. I could see that all the way here in the United States. Where was Charles? Setting up an interview for NBC television. Anne had enough sense to be there with her mother, but not Charles. Charles didn't care. Charles did not care to be there with his mother. We see Liz Truss shake her hand, and everybody was gasping at the image of the Queen. Charles sets up for an interview. So my point is, what could you expect from a person like that? What could you expect from Charles? Very little. Very little. And now we're to believe that Charles is so concerned about people being hungry that he left a substantial yet undisclosed amount, that he paid an undisclosed amount for, 11 food banks? Right. Has nothing to do with those yellow signs, I'm sure, or a trip to Kenya, I'm sure. How could you go to Kenya while your country is starving some people? How could you go to Kenya while there's so much food insecurity and get the big royal treatment? How could you go to France or Germany? Oh, God, Camilla, I'm going to have to make a food bank. That's what I'll do. I'll make a food bank. A little too late. I mean, we'll take it. It was a little too late to pretend like you're concerned. How come you couldn't have done that a year ago? You had the money. Anyway, thank you so much, Red Lady. Thank you so much for the super chat. And thank you for watching. Has it been almost 2 hours? Good Lord. What have I been talking about? I just noticed the time. Oh, by the way, you all, can you please make sure that you hit the like button? If you have not subscribed, please consider subscribing to Royal Sussex. It does help out the channel a lot. And as usual, like, share, and subscribe. Oh, God, Camilla, that bloody Royal Sussex is on. He's always making fun of my jowls and my childbearing hips. I don't have childbearing. Camilla, do I have childbearing hips? Well, I mean, if you have to ask, but I say, yeah, those look like childbearing hips to me. And hands big enough to slap somebody across the street. He could slap somebody across the street. His hands are so big. But yeah, he's got childbearing hips. If not, he might be hiding someone under that coat. I don't know. Uh-oh, hold on. Let me do it right. Connie Balmer! Thank you so much, Connie Balmer, and thank you for joining us. And good morning to you. And thank you for being a member of Royal Sussex. Okay. Where is Rohini? Is she still available? I have not seen her on here yet. I thought I would see her at some point. But I've been scrolling. I don't see her. Hey, Pam Porter. So anyway, the calls are coming from Kensington Palace. When I saw that thing that Dan Wooten, where is it? This one right here. It reminded me of that movie from the 70s, When a Stranger Calls. The calls are coming from inside the house. So, oh, and by the way, I did pass over this one. Prince Harry still manages to look hot even in the North Pole. Love it. Oh, MFG, Prince Harry naked. Thanks, TMZ. This man has been, shall we say, lusting after Prince Harry for quite some time. I mean, look at that. That's 2011 and 2012. Oh, you're crocheting. Okay. I think I'm just about at that point. Let me breeze through these last few slides. Dan Wooten, I've had enough sniveling Harry's deranged campaign against the media, devils, and the royals. He's trying to destroy Charles, Camilla, and William over leaks and briefings when I know those spinning, that is, from him and Meghan did just the same. So here, he's not denying that there has been leaks and briefing, but what he's saying is the whataboutisms, accusing the Sussexes of doing the same. How is that possible when you consider that, wait for it, in Montecito, there are no leaks. There are no leaks in Montecito. So how could you possibly say that they're doing the same? That has not happened. There have been friends of Meghan's and possibly of Harry's that intervened publicly, or they asked for, there was a few of them that wanted to keep their privacy, but they saw Meghan being destroyed, being picked apart piece by piece, and they wanted to do something. And as far as we know, that was done without any input from the Sussexes. That was something they chose to do themselves. They did not brief them and send them out there to parrot some statement from Harry and Meghan. They used their own words to defend the Duchess of Sussex and Prince Harry. So it's very different from having someone like Robert Jobson, who's written 4 or 5 books about Charles, none of which sold very many, all of which seem as though they were written by Buckingham Palace. Very different from that. I don't know that any of Meghan or Harry's friends have gone to write a book about them. Can you guys think of any? I can't think of any. But yet, you have all of these royal rodents that have written one book after the other about the Queen, about Camilla, about Charles, about William. Has anybody done a book about Kate? Huh. I don't recall there being a book about Kate. Anyway, you would find that listed under short stories. As a matter of fact, you wouldn't write a book about Kate. You'd probably write like I don't know, a magazine column article. Yeah, who would bother trying to write a book? There's not much to say. As a matter of fact, I would imagine that anything that tries to espouse the merits of the newly minted Princess of Wales, anybody who tried to publish something like that, you could pretty much put that on the back of a matchbook cover and cover everything from St. Andrews to present day. You wouldn't need a lot of paper. No trees would have been destroyed to try and tell Kate's story. You could probably you could sit in a diner and write it on the back of a napkin. Yeah, that's what I think. You won't need a typewriter. You won't need to crank up the printing press or anything like that. You could just literally write it on the back of a napkin, a matchbook cover, a receipt from the Waitrose. Any of those things should suffice to tell Kate's story because it's not much of a story to tell. I mean, pretty much she left one school to go to another. She wore something see-through and she dresses like Mary Poppins. There's no there. So you won't waste a lot of time or effort trying to tell Kate's story. Yeah, that's about it. Her mom was a flight attendant. Her daddy, I don't think I've ever heard his voice before. They said he did a toast at the Cambridge wedding, but I'll believe that when I see it. He seems to just look and he seems to just look and never talk, right? Is that where Kate got it from? By the way, you all, we have reached out to Kensington Palace for a response.
I would love to have met her, and she's obviously she's an inspirational woman to look up to. Obviously to this day, and going forward and things. It is, it's a wonderful family. The members who I've met have achieved a lot, and very inspirational. So yeah, I do.
All right. Well, oh, is Anne here? Good morning. I must have missed you. Let me scroll back. Where are you? Wait a minute. Okay, I can. Oh, there you are. Let me see. I'm on my lunch break. I have to watch from the start. The Spirit and Insomnia woke me up at 4. Oh, the Spirits, that is. I'm sorry. And Insomnia woke me up at 4 a.m. All right, very cool. Well, top of the morning to you. I hope you have an extremely productive day. Let me see. Okay. While you all are talking a mile a minute, I'm losing my place here. Where did I leave off? Let me. Okay, this is what I saw. Audrey Teschner, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. And good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, there's nothing else to write. There's nothing else to write. Oh, okay. Let me see. Where am I? Yeah, I don't really need to do these right here. Let me see. Hysteria. Stop all of this silly hysteria. Brits aren't sexist, and BAFTA isn't racist, right? And then, let me see, that was January the 16th. Then by January the 31st, he says, too white, Prince William is furious with all white BAFTA nominations and intends to mention controversy in his speech. So let me get this right. The first one he says, and this is both 2020, Brits aren't sexist and BAFTA isn't racist. And then, almost in the same breath, Prince William is furious because of the all-white BAFTA nominations. Does this guy have multiple personality disorders or what? Wow, that's weird. Anyway, that's Dan Wooten. He was for it before he was against it, and then he was against it before he was for it. Let me see. That's actually an interesting observation about Kate, because what would they write? A lot of her backstory has been hidden and fabricated. That's true. That's true. The only thing I know is that her mama worked for the airline. She was a flight attendant. Her daddy worked at the airline. I forgot what he did. And they had party pieces, and she was folding clothes on High Street. It would make a great short story. Everything else is fabricated, because the other part of her story is the keening season, which, by the way, isn't it keening season, or is that mid-December? The keening season is when Kate is keen to do something for the new year. They never finish anything, but she's keen to do it. And they make a big announcement and a big rollout. And by the time it shows up, it always comes down to the same 5 questions that it took her 10 years to come up with. So that's what the keening season is. The keening season is 5 questions in 10 years. Let's see. Thank you for that. And let me see. Joanna Hung. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex and being a member of Royal Sussex. Thank you very much for that. And YM Droid says Kate's bio is an illustrated book title. Well, Kate. Look for a polka dots on the cover. Okay. Well, I want to see the chapter. Can you taste the taste? Wait, can you smell the taste by tasting it? Yeah, can you smell the taste by tasting it? I want to get to that chapter. I'm sure that one's rich and full of information. That's how you get to know the real Kate Middleton. Let's see here. And of course, let me see. Wait for it. One of the biggest attributes of Kate Middleton is, of course,
reasons Catherine is so popular amongst certain demographics, and I'm going to say older people and men, is because she says absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
It's a good girl who keeps quiet and doesn't complain, doesn't do anything, doesn't rock the boat, and is a very traditional, old-fashioned mute woman.
Take note, Nicola. There it is. Right.
Yeah, she's an old-fashioned mute woman. And Dan Wooten is a sad little man. Now, this is what I am morbidly curious about. Kate's brother in Nazi Storm. Credit to whoever that is, raising so much awareness for mental health issues and stealing the show by bringing a therapy dog as his date. Okay. Wow. Dan Wooten seems so large, and Kate Middleton's brother seems so tiny as he is eclipsed by evil. Yeah, every time I think about this, not so much about the marshmallow thing, I don't care about that. I just happen to have these two slides together. But what I always think about is Dan Wooten hovering over James Middleton like that. I mean, what type of information could he have gotten from James Middleton? And better question is, how did he get that information from James Middleton? I mean, there he is, hand on his shoulder at some, GQ party or something? Very curious about that. Now, that is one that I am always so, my imagination runs rampant at the thought of it. That's all. I have nothing else to add. I'm just throwing that in there. So whether it's Maria Joseph, Martin Branning, or Dan Wooten, whoever you're dealing with, you could expect that person to be pretty shady. And yeah, so this is it for Dan Wooten for now. Dan Wooten, Kate may have forgiven Harry, but will William ever forgive Meghan? My source doubt it. Okay, that was April 2021. We know that this has been repeated over and over and over again. Fast forward to October the 25th, 2023. Kate's relationship with Prince Harry is so broken that she won't hold out an olive branch in time for Christmas, royal expert. Who are they effing with? Please tell me, what is the point of this? It's just funny. It is. It's just funny. It is so pointless and so ridiculous. When I saw it, I spit coffee through my nose. I had coffee going through my nostrils. She won't extend an olive branch, which, fine. But Christmas, what type of emotional response was the writer? What were they trying to achieve with this? Rebecca Absalom? This must be somebody new. But it has all the ingredients. Kate, Harry, olive branch, Christmas. I mean, they are really tugging at the heartstrings. This is not a real family. They may be related by law, but they're not a family. This is the same Kate that never allowed Harry to enter the royal apartment at Kensington Palace along with William. Harry was barred from coming over. He came over there when the Obamas showed up that time, and he went over there to apologize with Meghan for something that they probably didn't do in the first place. He had never seen the apartment really until he went over there with Meghan. He had never been past the living room. He kept waiting for an invitation. So if she wasn't extending a welcome, what are the chances that he would get an olive branch? And believe me, there's something very Hansel and Gretel about Kate Middleton. So if she extended an olive branch, unless she put a plaster on it, as a matter of fact, if she did put a bandage or a plaster on an olive branch, you could easily mistake that for her hand. Yeah. Anyway, let that sink in. You don't get it now; it'll hit you later. But what I'm trying to say is, so what? There was no big connection there in the first place. Harry is a gentleman. He treated you with humanity. He welcomed you into the family. You didn't have the same consideration for his wife. And now there's nothing to extend. You can keep your little bony arms to your side because nobody cares. Anyway, get that out of my system. Barbara Lane, thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you so much for watching Royal Sussex. Happy Monday to you, or the last, I'm not Monday, what am I saying? Happy Thursday or Friday morning for you. Oh, wait, no, it is Thursday. It just passed midnight. Okay, just past midnight here. Sorry about that. It was Wednesday, now it's Thursday. Got it, but thank you so much. Okay, and at last, Rohini, I am going to send you the link. That only took me 2 hours and 8 minutes. Good Lord, what was I talking about? Yeah, now I don't know how else to send this. Oh, yes, I do. Rohini, I know how I'm going to send it to you. Because last time I tried to send it to just you, it didn't work. It didn't work out as expected. I mean, it worked out, but it didn't work out as expected. So let me do this my way. Okay, I'm going to send it to your social media app formerly known as Twitter, if that's okay. I guess that works like that, right? I think so. Okay. Okay, I think that worked. You can go ahead and try that. In the meantime, let me go back to this one slide that I passed over because it was out of place. This one right here. I got a little sound bite for you guys. Oh, you're going to love this. You are going to love it. Oh, let me see here. I got a PayPal. Thank you so much for the PayPal. I don't see who it's from, but I did get a PayPal. Nope, that's not right. Okay, I see it. Thank you, MG, for the PayPal. And then I'm going to play that soundbite for you all. Oh, wait, is that the long? No, okay. Okay, here comes.
What is our view about the
sorry.
king who is coming around here? Yeah.
Oh, it's buffering for some reason.
And what he should do, first of all, is apologize to this republic for the atrocities. I'm sure you are all aware of the British Gulag and what happened in Kenya because of British colonialism. And what he should be doing is apologizing. And what he should also be doing is paying reparations for the misery, for the deaths, and for the havoc that was visited upon the people of Kenya. And we note and we take great exception to the fact that his soldiers continue to kill Kenyans to date unpunished. What is our view about this king who is...
Yeah, so as you can see, that was a mouthful, wasn't it? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Then who did I just send it to? Okay, I'll just put it on here. There you go. Oh, thank you, Black Queen. Okay. All right, so there it is. Do I need to pin that to the top of the chat? Okay, it's at the top of the chat if that helps. Oh, I better go back and delete that from that person's. Oh, it's too late. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, reparations for Kenya. All right, here we go. Okay, it says device not connected. Okay, now it's connected, I think. And you have your camera off, right? Oh, I got to turn your mic on. No, you got to turn your mic on. Unmute mic. Yeah, I think you got to unmute your mic. Can't unmute
Can you hear
your
me?
guest. Okay, now I can.
Hello?
Yes, now I can.
Hi, Squaddies. Hello?
All right. Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Squaddies.
I was trying to
Yeah,
give you some applause, but I can't find it that fast. Okay, wait. Here we go. Okay, everybody, Rohini's here. Got it. All right.
Y'all can't see, but I just curtsied.
Okay.
I
thought I heard some bones popping, but go on.
Well, you know, at this age, once you pass 40, you don't go too low because mine come back up.
So, what do you think about the Byline investigates? Have they done the Lord's work or what?
They listen. I am only sorry that all I could have done was spend that £4 for that because I can't afford more. Because they have blown the lid right off of everything. And if you do not come away recognizing how evil Charles really is, then, like Harry says, I cannot help you. I cannot help you because you would rather put your child's life in jeopardy but save the help. Basically, the help. it's strange to me that any parents would think like that and want to do that. It's just sad. It's just so sad. And you could tell that in their minds they really it's as if he didn't know his son Baron. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He didn't know him. He didn't think that he would succeed. He really thought that this type of psychological warfare, cutting off his resources, that he would fail. He really thinks so. And there's a lot of projection going on there because it's obvious that he would have failed if that happened, or other members of the family would have failed if they were cut off from the royal purse strings. We could just go back to Princess Margaret, who didn't marry who she wanted to marry because they told her no. And then look at the life she had, a pretty not so happy one. But it was because she didn't want to be cut off from the purse strings. And they expected that he would be the same. But it's it's so strange that you could tell that Harry in his life never needed a lot to survive. He never needed, because he was a man who was walking around with holes in his shoes. He was fine with that. He's not materialistic. So it shows that they didn't know him, and they didn't know what type of person he was. They didn't know his character, and they didn't know how strong he really was. So he didn't need their wealth to succeed. And it shocked the hell out of them that they thought that, and then of course they obviously didn't know Meghan either, right? Because they view her as an actress, so she's glamorous, she like expensive things. But when she was there, you didn't want to give her expensive things to begin with. So what were you taking away? You were taking away the crappy Kensington Palace ghetto that she was living in before, right? They spend their money to fix up the house, and I'm pretty sure their money that they spent was probably Meghan's. I'm pretty sure that $3+ million was Meghan money that spent, because it seems to me that Harry might not have had access to his money until he left Canada, until he left England. You understand what I mean?
Right.
I don't think he did, because he obviously had a trust from his mother, but I don't think he had access to that until he left. I
Yeah,
really
because
don't.
when you have a trust like that, it's not like using an ATM. You have to,
Hmm.
you got to move some paperwork to take money like that out. You don't just, and especially if they are in the process of planning a family, they knew they were going to have two kids. They knew they had a plan. They had a path that they were going to travel together. And so that money, as Harry said, is for the future, for the children's future, not for us. And that was understood. And of course, knowing Harry, and having confidence in Harry, you just know that he has a potential to earn as Harry, the private citizen. Not really, but you know what I mean. So it wasn't a question whether or not he would earn money in the future after they walked away from the royal family or stepped away. And while they were within the royal family, if you're married as a prince, as being so close in line to the throne, well, Edward and Sophie, the queen set them up. Princess Anne, she, was set up pretty nice. The Duke of York and all the rest of them. So, the expectation would be, okay, I'm Harry. I'm the queen's favorite grandson. I'm going to serve the queen. I'll be serving my father. I'm going to be serving my brother. So obviously, you're going to be set up just the same way the Kents and the Gloucesters were set up, right? That's the assumption. But in reality, they didn't want to give anything to him for fear that it would benefit Meghan in any possible way, which is strange that they would make an exception for Meghan's situation, well, should I say, they would change the rules for Meghan's situation, but they haven't done that with the rest of the the heirs in the family. So that right there was an inconsistency, a little moving of the goalpost that they made up in the 11th hour when it became reality that, she's marrying into this family, and whatever attempts to derail this wedding did not work. So, it to the outside observer, I can see why people get away with accusing Meghan of being the gold digger when the reality is Meghan is spending her money. They have a partnership, they have an understanding. They made plans in that period of courtship. They had made plans with the family. Okay, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. We want you to do this. We want you to do that. Everybody was in agreement. But I think for some of the people, it was the idea that we will agree to anything, but this wedding is not going to take place. I think they were assuming the wedding wouldn't take place. And then after that, well, she's not going to stay that long. They were assuming that they want to drive her out of there at a certain point. So it was like they made plans for themselves, and then the rest of the family seemed to have made plans and contingency plans with the idea that, oh, well, she's not going to be here. Then she's not going to stay here. And then he's going to come back without her. They always seem to have the next move planned out. And every time it seems like they are disappointed because it didn't go according to their plans, like their plans to make sure that we can control them by ensuring that they don't have any money. Well, that didn't work out either. They had Netflix and everything else. So they always make plans for them to fail. Harry and Meghan make plans to succeed, and look at who's winning. Look who succeeds with their plans, and look who comes up short.
The family. I don't even want to call them royal anymore. It's that article just it made me sick to my stomach.
Yeah.
It made me so sick to my stomach. And there was a part of it that's so horrible. You know, I think I've said it here. There is this sort of, I call it a myth, right? And I think maybe as an American, you probably believe the myth that the royal family is ceremonial. They are not. They're not. The British government wields an enormous amount of power in the name of the monarchy. And when you're talking about them, you're actually talking about like three separate entities. You have the royal family, you have the office of the monarchy, and then you have the firm, right?
Mm-hmm.
But right, you have the firm. So you're talking about three separate entities. Now, in the article, they spoke about um the oh god, what's his name? Christian, what's his face? Right? And his partner leaking information. And this is such a panic for them. It isn't just that this is some sort of, salacious little story, Brian. If you read it, you'd recognize that this is not a salacious little story. This is a matter of national security, because you have these individuals who work for the royal family are government officials.
Yes.
And
bringing those bureaucrats in there
for information, which makes it an issue of national security, right? And when you're talking
Mhm.
about it, you're talking about the security of two members on the line of succession, Harry and his son. You're talking about the nannies, right?
Right.
So, and this is a child. So you're talking about something serious. It's so serious that it warrants a police investigation. And that is, part of what is so insidious from that you have these staff members that are so inept at their job and don't fully understand what their roles and what their responsibilities, because they're not good at the seems to me the only requirement for this job is to be slimy. Like if you're okay with being slimy, you are right for this job. And you're okay to keep their nasty little secrets and prop them up, you are perfect for this job. But these individuals, they are in public office, literally. That's what they are. And the idea of them leaking such sensitive information, and it may seem silly to us, but it has wider implications. It has wider implication. And I mentioned to you once that both Charles and William at one point got red boxes.
You know, and in line with what you're saying, if anybody is confused by this, Queen Victoria um, had a row, if you will, with the government because they wanted her. What did they call those ladies in waiting or whatever? They wanted them to choose a different collection of women to be surrounding her as she carried out her duty. And she, I forgot what they call them, but she wanted, but the whole point of it is because those people being that close to a sovereign or a future sovereign, they have a lot of influence. And the people you're listening to first are the people that you're working with. And I'm sorry, working with, but the people that work for you, the people that's writing your speeches, the people that's opening your mail and accompanying you to these different events and such. So that's a lot of influence. And these are pretty much what Tories, right? You have these people that are either right leaning or they cater to people that are extremely right leaning. The royals are supposed to not be political, but of course they are. They just are very discreet about it most times. So yeah, there's a lot of influence that comes with being the groomer of the stool, if you will, compared to somebody who is working in some other function with the first royal family. So that's why it's so important, because they have those red boxes. They will, because when Charles goes into his decline at some point, then William will be handling Charles's red boxes until he has his own red box. You know, just like Charles was getting a box of his own before the Queen died. So the
Sherry Ware
people,
wants to know what is a red box. A red box. The red boxes are it's a secret dossier of information that high level members of government have. So compare it to what the president would call the presidential football that he would carry around with him. In that document, in that box could have anything from troop movements to the state of the economy. You know, she would have gotten pandemic reports. Right now, with what's going on in Israel, Charles is going to be getting up to date information as to what British troops is doing in the Gaza Strip right now in his red box,
by
right?
the way, there's one on the screen right now. I put one on the
Right. It
screen.
looks like that. You might see pictures of like the prime minister having that box. I think the home secretary gets a box. So in those documents is basically the state of the country. It can have stuff like what the spy agencies are doing and things for her to sign on. So these are very, very important boxes. And if you have people that are so close to her and they are so in the habit of leaking a story, what's stopping one of them from just casually glancing with their cell phone and snapping some pictures? Like, what's stopping them from doing that? And the information in those boxes will be worth a lot more than £4,000, a whole lot more. So this is a very dangerous situation. And you know who also had a red box? Andrew at one point.
Did
Who's sitting
he?
there. Yes. I remember
I
seeing
did
one with,
not know that.
because remember he was like trade, something
Oh,
with trade.
yes. Yes.
Yes, so he also privy of, of course they probably wouldn't give him everything that they would give Charles, or what they would give into the Queen, but all these high level officials. I know the Prime Minister gets one, and the Home Secretary gets one, and somebody from the opposition gets these red boxes, and they're really really important. And if you have people around you that is so callous with such private information, what's stopping them from snapping a picture and selling the content? Like, there's nothing stopping them. And when and the idea of one of them of having the evidence of them selling papers, because you see, if you read the article, they said that nobody wanted to go to court, because the minute you're going to open court, even though it would have been more of like a civil case, right, you have
Mm-hmm.
implications. Because if you were selling that secret, what else were you selling? You are now a threat. You're a major threat. And it's really important people understand the monarchy is not ceremonial. The British government is divided into three parts. You have the administrative, the executive, the administrative, and the legislative branch. The highest office is the administrative branch. There are only two offices there: the prime minister, sorry, three: the prime minister, the home secretary, and the monarch. Do you understand? The monarch is a branch of government, and by extension, the royal family, the monarchy. So they are not ceremonial, and
Which
this
is
type
why
of
you take an oath to the heirs as well as the sovereign.
right. This is why the is, and for them, and for him to even cut off security from somebody who was on two people really that was on a direct line to the throne is callous. Is really really callous. And I personally think it's a bit treasonous, if I have to say so, because he's in a foreign country and he has no security. Because you want him to come running back, that is beyond irresponsible, not just as a father, but as a leader. That is beyond irresponsible. I'm
And
sorry. I'm sorry. The royal family should be paying the Secret Service to look after Meghan and Harry. They should be paying
I
them.
believe that
That's my gift. That's my thing.
because he's the son of a head of state. This is so unusual that Charles is not. I mean, okay, if you don't want to pay for the rest of the family, that's one thing, although you should, because that's still your family. And plus, like you said, Archie is in line to the throne. So he's what, five, right? He's in fifth place. He's in that top five. So you ought to be paying for Archie too. So pay for the family. He has the money, but if the Queen could send somebody to Australia just in case Harry needs some more help, then Charles could provide a royal protection for Harry wherever he goes. It's just a phone call away. It's as easy as do it. There's no
Exactly.
excuse to have not done it.
Sorry, exactly. It's very irresponsible, and worse yet, you have these people leaking stories, and of course, um, Christopher, what's his face? He's very guilty. I think he should be in jail personally for leaking those. So at least there's enough proof against him of that, because when Harry sent um what was it? Is the what was it called? The letter. Oh God. Oh my God. The letter informing you of legal action or something like that. There's a specific
Mm-hmm.
name. Right. That's different from a cease and desist. That's them basically telling you we have enough evidence to prove and we're willing to go to court. So we're just telling you, right? Because we're courteous. That's all. We're just gonna tell you, but we don't have to. And it means that there's enough evidence for them to take to court. That they could have taken to court. And you have Dan Wooten, and and it, you know, speaks to our wider situation with them and how much power the not power really, the symbiotic relationship between the royals and the press, that is incredibly dangerous, right? You should have a good working relationship with them because you should be able to I guess have a little bit of control of the press, and the press should be able to hold you to account for your actions. But the idea that the two of them are in lockstep so badly that um basically, you know, you could hold the press could hold the royal family hostage and say, listen, if you don't give me this, we're gonna print that, right? And we're gonna
Yeah.
go this route. And because we have this much power, because we've been given this much power by you, and then you have that power to use against anybody you want, is beyond irritating to me. And whew, there was one part in it, Baron, that really boiled my soul. It was when they said that Dan Wooten had not one, not two, but 5 awards for Journalist of the Year. Was one of those years when Caroline Flack took her life? I'm just asking. Like how? How? Explain that to me. Explain that to me. How is a man that was instrumental in this situation, in this woman's death, directly, probably directly responsible? How is he eligible as a?
Well, we have
This
to
is
say
what
allegedly,
more than
though.
journalism? Hello.
Allegedly. Yeah. Yeah, we
Well,
have to say
the
allegedly.
stories magically disappeared, right? So this is what the
Right.
British press rewards. This is what you all reward as good journalism, right?
Right.
You know, lead it, writing stories that would lead a woman to this, or a woman to having thoughts that would invade the privacy of a new mother and her baby for a story. This is award-winning journalism that you reward 5 times. That's why I believe that Britain doesn't have any talent. I'm sorry. When it comes when
Well,
it
they
comes to television, they
consistently.
have a lack of talent. Because you know, you look at America, these two people, oh gosh, TJ Holmes and the lady and the woman that he was having an affair with, they replaced them quick, with a quickness. They have a replacement, right? And Tucker Carlson probably already
Right.
have a replacement already. Why? Because there's a lot of talent. There's a even Don Lemon have a replacement. Like there's somebody to take your place if you mess up. But England apparently don't have any talent. So they have to hold on to all these crazy people. They have to hold on to them. Because they have nobody to replace them with.
Well, they consistently award people, the royal family, they award people that seem to have done personal favors for them, defending them. There's a huge conflict of interest, but that seems to stop when it comes to anyone who's in the peerage or anyone in the royal family. It's no longer a conflict of interest. It's just a way of doing business. It's just what they do. I mean, what's her name? Samantha the Panther. She works as a communication secretary, and then she goes into the government under Boris Johnson, and for the rest of her life, she is going to. And you know, we have the same thing here in the U.S. As I mentioned, we have people who work for the government as department heads or advisors or whatever, and then when the administration changed and when say the Democrat put their people in and you're out of a job because you're with the other party, then you go into the private sector, make way more money with all of the information that you have from being within the government, and then eventually you might go back to the federal government, I mean, to the executive branch again. And every time you move, you're making more money, you have stronger influence, and of course there's a, conflict of interest there, but it's all legal. And so it's really no different from the way they have these people that work under the royals, and then they're working for the government, and of course whatever business they have, investments with private sector, is, if it was anybody less influential or poor, they would call it corruption or fraud. But because it's done within the shadow of the monarchy, that makes it perfectly legal.
Well, it's like this incestuous revolving door of in the government, usually the Tory government, into the royal household, into their charities, into business, back into the government, and it is this is probably why they can't get anything done, because they have a very small pool of people to choose from, and none of these people good at their job. None of them even barely good at their job. It's quite awful to watch, and it's but at least
Well,
you would
they
hope.
didn't have to work until Megan showed up. Before Megan
I
showed up, they
realized
really
that.
didn't work.
I realized that they didn't have to work, because if you are getting up, there was a documentary, right, about the royal household, and these things did
Hmm.
not age well. And the documentary, the woman, she was working for the queen. Well, no, Prince Philip. She's working for Prince Philip, and she said, um I don't get here until around 8. We don't really start until 9:30, and sometimes not until 11, right? Unless there's something that unless we have something, pressing to do. But right now there was nothing really pressing, which is going about. And I was like, how do I sign up for that job? Because you're not doing anything and you're getting paid.
What
But
about
of course,
Harry used to
Meghan
make
got there
coffee
and they
for
had
him?
to work.
What about Harry used to make coffee for him?
Yes, because he was trying to wake them up to do
Yeah.
stuff. He was bringing them coffee to wake you up so you can actually do something. Because he wanted, and you could tell that Harry had like a lot of nervous energy, and he wanted to do something, but they were kind of clipping his wings. They were clipping his wings and telling him, no, you can't do that, no, you can't do that. So that probably was feeding into his frustration. And then Megan is here, and she was like, yeah, let's do it, you know. And it's sad to watch. It's really really
But
sad.
I think Harry did, especially as he got older, especially when he started with the Invictus, and whenever he did something with Ballet, I'm sure he didn't depend on the staff at the palace to do anything for him. He had his one person, as a liaison with the rest of the family, but I think he probably kept things very small and very tight, and a lot of those relations and stuff that he built was, directly connecting with those people, as opposed to having formal letters back and forth and such. Because William and Kate, they don't have those connections with anybody. They could not hold a conversation with a captain of industry or with someone who is self-made. They couldn't hold a conversation with people like that. They
Definitely
don't have the
Kate can't.
ability.
Definitely Kate can't. And then Harry probably realized that he couldn't really trust some of the people that was working around him to begin with.
Yeah.
He couldn't trust them because he he knew that they would be leaking against each other. He knew that there must be a reason why all of these very intimate things about me would come out, and now we know how they were being leaked by the sad little man whose penis is so small you have to catfish and pay them money. That's my conclusion. Because if it is he has something we're talking about, he wouldn't need to catfish anybody. That is my limited knowledge of men. When you have a man who have, you know, what we in the Caribbean call a toti, right? That's when it's adult, right?
Mm-hmm.
When your child is a piggy leaks.
Well,
So
and let's face it.
right, yeah, grown ass man. So you could get a whether because he's gay, so you could get a man to like you because
I'm
you have
pretty
some way
sure
talking about.
that Dan Wooten has some body image issues because he probably would. I'm going to guess that given the type of.
I'm pretty sure he was mad at William because he shoot a shot. And of course, we know William liked to sleep rough with black men. So that was not his type. Like Dan Wooten couldn't
I'm trying to find a
match up.
photo to explain
Like
what I'm
Dan
trying to
Wooten
say.
could not compete with these rough black men because if Dan Wooten couldn't make him go
Okay, so
no,
take a look
then
here. Take a look at
yeah,
Dan Wooten hovering over slender, uh,
that's his
somewhat
type. He want a little twink.
right. And that's what he is not. And I think that's what it is. If I had to guess, he has a kind of boxy build about himself, the kind that you could diet, you could do whatever you want to, and you're still going to be different from your ideal. And so if I had to guess, because of the type of people that he seems to favor, that is probably that disconnection, that he's like that kind of person that even in high school looks like somebody's daddy. You know what I mean? You ever know somebody always look older than their age? So that's what I'm
He's the
thinking is that
designated driver.
he
He
wasn't
was
necessarily what do you call it? He wasn't Fashion Week ready. He was
no,
more
he
like
wasn't.
yeah,
Definitely isn't.
he was more like, what do they call it back in the old days at Sears? They used to have the husky department for the little fat boys. So I,
Yeah, he's a little chubby, little chubby. He
yeah,
does because if you have to go to such lengths to get a date, for real though, for he's really
but
a
it was
sad
control too. It
little
was
man.
control. It was
He's a
control. I
sad
think a
little
lot of
man.
times when people are predators, even if they're straight, I think when you have that predatory like behavior, it's about control, especially if you're not considered one of the beautiful people and you tend to target the ones that otherwise you can't really have or you feel like you should be. I think a lot of it has to do with body image and that he probably was never that person that he tends to find ideal, and that's
Well,
what
we
happens a lot. And sometimes that's why you would think that, let's say if it's a beautiful woman and she gives an ugly guy a chance, you would think, okay, he'll be nice because he should be glad that they usually the worst ones. They dog you out more than anybody. So
listen.
that's probably where it comes from. He probably has a
I
bit
am
of an
fully
anger because he's not from like Evelyn Waugh. You ever read the Brideshead Revisited?
no.
Evelyn Waugh, he loved the aristocracy. He was resentful of the aristocracy. You could tell from his writing that as much as he seemed like he could not get enough of them, that he kind of hated them because he couldn't be them. And so,
Exactly.
yeah, so coming
Exactly.
from New Zealand to the UK, he probably gets off on that's why, okay, you got 10 days or I'm going to tell it for you. that is him. It's a lot of people that are around the royal family that resent them. They resent them,
Yes,
and they
yes.
are
I,
there
I believe the
plotting against
courtiers.
them.
I believe the
Hmm.
courtiers get like a morbid sense of satisfaction when
Hmm.
they make them look a hot mess. Like
Yes,
they would be
yes.
like, oh, we're in a panic, they're getting bad press, but secretly they're like, take that. like I am pretty sure that whoever dresses Kate when she leaves the room laughs. Like I swear to God. They I would be like, y'all, I would be calling my friend Black Queen girl, you're not gonna believe what I put her in today. It was horrible.
Well,
I
that's
think I
why
would
I
do
always
that. Out of
say,
pettiness. I truly believe that they get like some little satisfaction out of making them look bad. And then look at it in this way. So you have all of these people who are close to royalty, close but never royalty, and all of them are palm colored people. All of them
uh-huh,
are palm colored people. And then here you have the picture of black excellence bypass every single one of them. Just killed. She is drop dead gorgeous. She's intelligent. She's competent. She's accomplished. And she just wiped the floor. Listen, I've always said that Meghan out whited all of them because their whiteness created all the rules and all the benchmarks. And not only did she meet them, but she exceeded them. She walked into the whitest institution and did better than all of them put together. She outshone
mm-hmm.
them. And this is there's like an inner rage, like how dare she? But the thing is, even though you were this close, you were still not royalty. You're still not royalty. So it's weird
Yeah.
that you're resentful of her. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, and
Yes, you were
well,
never
okay,
royalty.
and
You
then
were always the help. You were always the
let's
help.
assume let's assume that Dan Wooten is a what do you call it? Maybe he is very much a control freak. Maybe he loves to throw his power around. Maybe he's the antithesis of the narcissist. And to be able to make people like a William or a Harry or a Meghan or a Kate or anybody else, there's always people in journalism like a Rupert Murdoch who loves to control powerful people. They pretend to have deference, but just enough. But there's always that very smug self assuredness that I'm smarter than you. It's almost like they treat them as though I allow you to be in a position of authority, as opposed to, yeah, you were born into this family, but you only keep it because I allow it. I make you look good. And I think that's what gets Rupert Murdoch, gets his motor going, is that he can control all of these people that are supposed to be so powerful and entitled. And Dan Wooten, same thing. He was in a position where, okay, Philip Schofield, he's the number one person on morning TV, and yet he is knuckling under to the son, to Dan Wooten or the son.
Yeah,
He has to get on
as a
bended
superman.
knee because otherwise we'll destroy you. So you're not so tough after all, are you? You're not so
And when you
important,
think of Dan Wooten was actually fairly young in this business because he's now 40, right?
right?
So he's very young in this industry and he had an enormous amount of power. He was getting rid of people, he was making or breaking careers. Now we know how he was doing it. We know how because he was, king of the catfish, right? With his little PP.
Hmm.
Um and with his piggy legs. Um, but I believe that he kind of resented William, because he first hated William because he can never be what William is, the future king, right? So to get back at William, to make him look bad, I'm writing story after story about him. I find out about his cheating ways. I'm writing about that, but William is still kind of out of reach. But then Meghan arrives and he recognizes that now he has something, that he could do something that William wants. They saying the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?
Mhm.
So basically, Meghan is now the enemy. So he offers William, hey Pegs, listen, let's talk. What if I can neutralize this threat for you? I could bring her down a peg for you. I can do that.
And William
So
sit
what
up
does
and say,
he
"What's that, Peg? Peg? What about Peg?"
do? I can bring you down. I can bring her down a peg. So what does he do? Overnight, Megan is this, Megan is that, Megan is this, Megan is that. Why? Because now he have something that William wants. So he could get William to dance. You understand? He could say in his mind that I own the future king of England. Look at me. Yes, I might be chubby and don't know how to dress with my ugly flannel shirt, and I might have a small peepee and have to catfish to get a date, but I control the future king. Bow down, bitches.
Well, and don't
That's what
forget,
was in his mind. That was in his little
don't
mind.
don't forget, he was working for Rupert Murdoch at the time, and Rupert Murdoch had
Exactly.
also had an agenda. And thanks to the what do you call it, the attack on the Sussexes and warring against them, he was able to make more money than he had ever made in life. His money went through the roof. He was making, probably before he quit, before he got fired, that was probably the best money he ever made. I mean, he was making all that money at the Daily Mail, so he still got a foot in the door there. And then he's on what is it, GBN television. So
TV
he's
news,
been
yeah.
climbing financially. So there's also that
Hey, he's making
financial
$1 million
incentive.
a year.
Yeah,
£1 million a year. That's a lot of money.
yeah. I can't imagine that he has real genuine hostility as much as he loves the power trip.
Yes.
I think he really loves the power trip. That he can make people flinch is one thing, but it's a game. These people are bullies, and there's always going to be someone there to take Dan Wooten's place. When you look at the photos of some of these people, when I look at some of these articles, I like to search them and see their faces. And these, in some cases, they're just kids coming into the industry, just like Dan Wooten was. And immediately they're writing articles that can make or break someone, that could elevate them or more likely destroy their lives. And they are encouraged to do this because of the camaraderie of their peers that tell them it's okay. Just like Omen Scobie said, that he could not believe that they were listening in on these messages because he thought that would be something illegal. And he was taken aback by how casually people would sit around laughing, discussing all of these private, intimate details about people's lives. And so he didn't necessarily fit into that crowd. He was in it and not of it, is what I'm trying to say. He didn't last long around certain people. And then there's other people that it's like a fish to water. You let them go and they just swim into the deep and you never see them again. So I think that most of it is just they are encouraged. They are bullies. They are people that, just like these Karens, no offense to Karens, but these are grandmothers that are going on social media saying all of these nasty things about the Sussexes, saying that the babies did not exist. These are people that if their peers knew the things that they were saying, either they're just as bad or they would probably never want to talk to them again, because this is something that they do in the privacy of their spaces, where they go after people that they never met about things they don't know to be true, but they have made it their career to wake up and try to figure out, what else can I say to make them take those titles away from them. So yeah, I think that a lot of it is not just driven by hatred. I think it is a game for some. It's a one-upmanship. Then it's profit for others. It's a profit and a game. And then there's some people that are just, mentally um, uh, challenged, that if it wasn't this, it would be something else. I couldn't tell you for sure where Dan Wooten falls into that. I have my theories about him having body image problems, but I also think that he's very power hungry.
Yes. He is, and he got. I feel he got a taste of power really early on in life, and he really liked it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
he liked it, and his rise was meteoric. And when he switched to being a Meghan hater, right, a deranger. By the way, I mean the Rangers wanted us to know that we're very mean to call them the Rangers. They prefer to be called the Mexit community.
Is that new? Because
And,
I've only just
and
heard
trying
that
to sell
recently.
raffle tickets.
Yeah, I've only just heard the Mexit community recently.
I
Is that
know.
new?
Apparently that's what they prefer to be called. And they think they want Sussex squads to know that you all are being very mean to them. Come on, guys. Let's show some love. Can't even say it a straight face. But they're trying to sell some raffle tickets, people. They're trying to sell tickets, guys. Stop
I
calling
saw
them.
that, the raffle
I
ticket
wanted
person.
to die. I listened to that podcast and I was laughing so hard. I couldn't stop laughing. And I don't like to watch them. And when I see it come up, I just click don't recommend. I've done that so many times now that when I put up Megan, you are the first one that comes on YouTube. The very first thing that comes up, but before I would get so much craziness. So much
Yeah.
craziness. But I couldn't help listening to that one. And the weirdest part, they were like, I don't understand how this school would just come together and raise so much money, right? And we're trying to have a good vibe and spread love. I'm like,
Well,
what?
did you see the one where Trevor? Did you see the one where Trevor was saying that? Let me see. Somebody had posted it on Twitter. Gosh, I can't remember who posted it, but it was a little small part where Trevor was saying that, oh, the antique lady. I think it was the antique lady. Well, anyway, they badmouth each other. The content creators, they go after
Yes,
each other.
they hate each other.
Yeah.
I
And they
don't think
will
there's a
use
somebody
each
that we
other
don't
for
like.
clicks. They
I don't
use
think
each
there's
other for
somebody that we
clicks.
don't
And
like.
one of them said that she lost like 700 subscribers because of, I don't remember which was which, but one of them had did something or said something and she lost like 700 subscribers.
Oh my god!
I don't know how that's
That
possible.
is so weird. Like I mean, not every squaddy I listen because I have a few here. I don't listen. I don't know any of them on TikTok because I'm not on TikTok, and I
No,
understand the
this
TikTok
was the
crowd a little younger.
greatest.
Huh?
This
I know.
was
I
this.
know.
Oh, okay.
I know. I was saying that. Like, I mean, I don't know, or I know a good bits of the YouTubers and some of them that are on Instagram. But I'm not on TikTok, so I don't really know the TikTok squaddies. I understand that they're a bit on the younger side, right? A bit on the younger
Right.
side and have like a more younger audience. But they don't go after each other. There's no drama in the squad. Like we don't fight each other. You don't be like, you know what, and have a big head. Like you I'm sorry. Like I don't see you bad mountain Sharian. Like we don't do that. We don't do that. And it's so strange that they don't realize the purpose for your community is hate. Obviously it's going to breed more hate. And it will start to be it will start to turn on each other. Like how do you not know this?
Well,
How
I'm going to
are
tell
you
you.
expecting people who is coming to your channel simply because they hate a woman who they've never met? How is it that you expect those people to have enough love and compassion and human decency to want to buy a raffle ticket? Like how?
I
Are
think
you
the
kidding me?
Sussex squad is better informed because one of the things that they fall out about is that some of them misquote and misrepresent things about the royal family, things about Will and Kate's, whatever. But they get a lot of stuff wrong, and they will correct each other publicly. At least I have not seen it, but I do because I heard one of them say one time that she don't get everything right and that people call her out. And not only that, but a lot of these subscribers will go after them because you're dealing with people that are royalists, right? You're dealing with people that have been knowing of the royal family their entire lives. And when you misrepresent something about, uh, Charles or even the Sussexes, if you say, oh, they're going to take their titles away, if you lie and try to say that it's so easy, even what's her name, Lady C, finally told them they're not going to take their titles away. I couldn't believe she did that, but she told them they're not going to take those titles away. It would be very difficult, but you have some that try to make it seem like you just sign a petition and they're gone. They
It's
don't really
so
understand.
it's so stupid and it's worse that they don't realize you are being lied to. And it's when you realize that you are being lied to, why are you surprised? This is what you came here for. This is what you listen. It, I've said this. I said, okay, listen. Let's say let's play devil's advocate and say everything that they've ever said about Meghan is true. There is still no reason to hate her. None. Because none of these things are reprehensible to the point that you would want to threaten her life. None.
And that you
So
would talk about her every day, 50 articles
yes,
to this one. And
nothing,
it
nothing. It's not worth it.
we we don't have.
Let's say the Meghan made Kate cry story was true. The worst that tells you is that Meghan is like every other bride, a bridezilla. Like there was an entire show about them. Like I used okay, so she was a bridezilla, right? Big deal.
The only
There's nothing.
equivalent that
So
we
for them to
have.
sustain you, you're being lied to. You're being lied to, you're being fed nonsense over and over. There was this one story that she had got pregnant at 14 and had an abortion, and people were like, but where did you all get this from? Because they have to believe this nonsense, and you're being fed this lie. And it's like I told Karen, I said, it's like they are drug dealers that are getting high on their own supply. Why you know you're lying? How are you believing the lie that it lie? You know it was a lie when you saw when you dream it up. You know it was a lie when you told it. But you said that lie so many times that now you have lied to yourself and you don't know that the lie is a lie. You are high on your own. You are high on your own supply.
They
And
fundraise from those lives
when
too.
they get evidence that contradicts with that, like they malfunction, and it is hilarious to watch.
They
I
fundraise from
laugh so
those
hard.
lies. They
I
fundraise
laugh.
from those lies. They have. I've heard two times where they have actually raised money. I know that antique lady. She raised money to get a lawyer just in case somebody has trouble with the Sussex squad. Or no, actually, they used Christopher Bosey to raise money in case they needed a lawyer or something like that. And then, of course, the one who said she wants to do a raffle, she said, "Oh, I was having trouble getting a raffle going." Well, how many times y'all gonna raise money for stuff that does not exist, or for a threat that does not exist? But they are raising money from their viewers for stuff that is, I'm just gonna say, made up. I ain't gonna say they lied, but yeah, okay, they lied. They lie and they raise money from their subscribers and stuff. They come up
Listen,
with
I'm
all of
sorry.
these things about somebody's after me and somebody's out to get me, and if I can just get enough money. I mean, look at how Trevor got in trouble for that for whatever that fundraiser he was doing, not even to do with his channel, but it was some veteran stuff. Now, if you got in trouble for that, what are you doing with your channel? What is the chances that you're not pulling that crap with your channel?
It's
So
so
they do that. A lot of them grift, and like
it's
they say, a
so
lot of them
sad.
have police records. They've been in trouble for fraud and check writing and stuff like
I
that.
was shocked. I was shocked to find out that I don't know if she's the OG, the Ranger, Wally, that she was apparently a lady of the night.
Allegedly,
Allegedly, where ain't nobody paying for them cookies any longer. That milkshake gone sour. So
yeah,
ain't
and
bringing no
apparently
boys to them yard.
she had some kind of a breakdown or something like that. She had
I
some mental breakdown, and then the other ones are like trying to, how do I put it? They're trying to help her get back, but they don't really want the competition because see, there's not as many people paying attention to them right now. Their views are way down. And so
yes, I
that's
saw
why
that.
they are I guess targeting each other and plotting against each other because they don't have as many viewers anymore. Like the other day, every so often I'll go look through, hello, I go look through and see what he's doing, right?
Is that
And I
River?
told you he was trying to do those tarot cards, right?
Is that
I think
River?
he made like, huh?
Is that River?
No, no.
Because I
The
was like,
one
I thought it was River. He's like, really?
the one who quit his job because of Meghan. The one who quit his job and worked on his
But
channel
there's
and
so
got
many of
married.
them.
Well, anyway, he was doing tarot cards, right? He did like maybe 8 videos and then he stopped. I mean, one of them he was sitting up there, looked like he had a turban on his head. He was
Well, they're
sitting
trying
up there.
something else.
He
They're
was
trying
sitting up
something
there
else.
with a brooch, a turban, a deck of tarot cards, and I guess it didn't work out because I think he made like 8 videos and then he stopped. But he was making so much money off of Meghan, and then starting and see. That's why I can't understand. Why would you start talking trash about somebody and they making all this money for you? Even if you didn't like her, don't say nothing against her. He goes into his uh what is his uh what do you call that? His members. He goes into his little membership space and just cuts loose. Oh, I'm sick of her. I'm tired of talking about her. Then it got back to Tina and Michelle, and ever since then, that channel has been going down like a stone, been sinking like a stone, been sinking like a stone. But I'm glad he did tell the truth. I'm glad he did out himself enough, because ain't no sense in having somebody who, like, just like with some of these royal reporters, why would you have somebody that really hates a person around them all day long? So I'm glad that he exposed himself like that. But he he was the big fish. He had all them subscribers and stuff, but he just got lucky because of the wedding. That's what it was. It's not that he was doing so much. He just got lucky because by the time the wedding came around, there really weren't anybody with spaces doing daily uploads and stuff. And he was there, right? But now that that's gone, and now that a lot of that support for the royal family has waned again, because a lot of the people were watching because of Meghan, not because of him, and not because of the royal family. The royal family don't have that kind of support. They don't have that kind of fandom.
They don't. They really don't. There isn't that. There was and it's their own fault. It's their own fault, because William and Kate, I remembered after the wedding, right? I remembered I watched their wedding twice. I did. I went to work, and I was so I watched it in the morning. I was at work, and when I came home, in the replay, I watched it with my aunt, and I remember thinking of it fondly, because it was one of the last times we spent together. She actually got ill and died very soon after. So I remember watching the wedding, and there was an enormous amount of excitement around William and Kate. Because honestly, when we first heard about Kate, we were unimpressed, because I'm not lying. Princesses are supposed to be pretty, and she was almost right. I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
so right. So you weren't that impressed, because Princess Diana took your breath away. Princess Margaret was the it girl back in the day. You know what I mean? And she was just forgettable. But then you heard that she was a commoner, and and I remember somebody, I think it might have been Lady C herself. Somebody referred to her as dead common. And I was like, okay, that song bad. What does that mean? And my cousin who lives in England, she said, well, somebody dead common is somebody who live in what they call the back to backs. So I asked her to explain what that means, and she said, well, it's like the plannings, or we call it plannings. America would call them the projects. So in my mind, I was like, Kate is from the ghetto. Oh my goodness. But there was like this kind of little excitement that she was ordinary. So it really was the fairy tale come true, that anybody could be a princess. You know what I mean, Baron?
Right.
Right. Anybody could be a princess. And so there's a lot of excitement around her. And even though, I hated that she did her own makeup because she looked a little greasy, but small thing. Listen, so you had that, and they had your attention, and they did nothing. Like nothing. And it irks me that they were so upset about Meghan and Harry being half in and half out, when for the first 6 years of their marriage they were classified as part-time working royals.
Well,
You know that, right? They were
you,
there were more than one articles, and there was an official statement. They were part-time royals, and they did almost nothing. This is where the work shy and the
yeah,
deal with
because
the
they told that they were telling the public.
the only time listen to me, she never really got good press to her. The only
They were
time she was
telling the
on to get
public
good
that
press
they were
when
going to
Meghan got
spend
there.
more time raising those kids. They were going to be more on hand with those kids. And that was the lie
Yeah.
they told. to get people to get off of them and not expect them to do so much. Also, NBC cut back on their coverage of their wedding. It was not a big deal in the US. There was some people that followed, and I think a lot of that was people who wasn't old enough to know Diana, and they were trying to capture that excitement that the older generation had for Diana, and it just didn't pan out. It never I guess it never grew into a big following for them. The following dropped off as soon as the honeymoon started. That's people people just dropped off. There was never any excitement in the US for Will and Kate. When they would go to different cities or whatever, it would be like that little thing on the evening news, but really no bigger than saying, let me see, who would have been a big band at the time? It would have been no different than saying that some like Michael Jackson has a big sold out show in town. Well, actually that would be much greater, but I'm trying to think of something that would be the equivalent. I guess like
it would be a footnote. It would be a
yeah,
banner
like a
at the bottom.
dignitary, like the
Yeah.
president of France is going to a university or something like it would be like that, but it would be a little conversation, just like when William went to New York. That would be about the most of it after they got married. It wasn't
Yeah.
like a sea of people pouring out to see them. That never materialized.
But
They could
and it
they
was
could go
because
someplace and be incognito because people wouldn't expect to see them unless they opened up their mouth and spoke. Nobody would know who they were.
yeah, and Kate could barely string three words together, and you very quickly you realize she's she might have bought her degree. Like she's not that smart. So there was nothing. There was nothing, and that was their fault. That was their fault. It wasn't Meghan. It wasn't Harry's, because Harry was working. Harry was doing stuff, and then Harry was getting more press. I mean, I followed Harry. I was paying attention to Harry because he was doing young people stuff, drinking and being in the army. And when he came to Jamaica for the Jubilee, right, that's when we began to call him light skin Harry. That's when we were calling him that. So and he connected with people of color in the Commonwealth. So people, where I am in Trinidad, if we were to talk about a member of the royal family, we would mention Prince Harry. And I always tell people I remember the story about Prince Harry, that they said he goes to bars and he tells girls, "Hey baby, I have a castle. Would you like to come back to my castle?" And I was like, I really want to go to England so that I can go back to his castle and climb across the moats, and he could take down my drawbridge any day. Like, and you like that about him because he was human, right? He was human. He was always holding babies. Like, this man was born to be a daddy. You should get, Baron, a compilation of Harry with kids. Like, there's a video, I can't find it again on YouTube, of him. Like, I don't know if he was babysitting, but he is there kneeling over the baby, and I'm like, you're a daddy. Like, this is, he was born to be a daddy. Like, he needed to have more than two kids. I'm sorry, right? And so you had a connection with him. So if you were talking about the royal family, you were thinking about him. And again, that is not, and he still didn't have the hype that he have now with Meghan, because Meghan definitely elevated him. And then here you have Meghan, and she had her fan base that she brought with her. And then she came at a time when England dealing with Brexit, but the world is changing and the conversations around race and equality and diversity changing. And what she was is a vision of hope. And I do not, for the life of me, understand why the royal family is so blind and clueless that they did not recognize it. She was your savior. She was literally your savior. But you just threw it away.
Well, they didn't want to give her the credit for it. They didn't want to ever have to acknowledge that what they do is so easy. And like Harry said, he was feeling very nervous and proud at the same time when they went on the Oceania tour, is because Meghan was breezing through everything. And that was the problem, is that it exposes exactly how easy it is to do that work. You know, anybody who has a good personality, has the ability to recall, is comfortable at speaking in front of people, can be very convincing as a royal. Now, you can go that extra mile and have somebody like Harry or Meghan that's very good with those relationships with people. Charles is good at relationships. Even Anne, she's good. But for some reason, William and Kate cannot connect publicly or privately. They don't have friends. They don't seem to have any friends. You don't
because
know
they
that
don't
they have
care,
any friends.
and they're not nice people. They're not nice people. William is a meanie. He's a meanie, and Kate is a mean girl. They're not nice people.
Yeah.
This is why they don't connect with anybody, right? And any friends that they have only want something from them.
Even Camilla
And
got
only
friends.
friends
I
that
mean,
do what
she
they
got
get.
them people. Camilla got a little circle that she gossips with. Judy Dench and all them people. She has a little sewing circle. Kate does not have that. If she has a friend, that person has not. And see, if she did have a friend, that would go a long way to make her seem more human. But it's
Yeah.
that lack of it, because if they think that they're actually, I guess, reinforcing her position of authority and grace because she only goes places with William and her kids and the nanny, of course, I don't see how that's a winning proposition if the only people that surrounds you either work for you or you're related to them. But other than that, she doesn't. I don't know her to ever make an appearance with anybody for anything.
I don't
Nothing.
think she has friends. I truly do not think she have friends. And what is worse, I don't even think she have a good relationship with her sister either. Like you have a built-in friend right there.
Well, I
You
did
think
see
so?
that one picture where she seemed to be smirking behind her sister on her sister's wedding day. She
Well,
seemed to have a
after
smirk on her
after the
face.
wedding, they were trying to convince us that Pippa Middleton had a butt, that she had the best butt in the world, and everybody, and up till now, I'm trying to find it. Like I've been looking, and I can't find it. But if they say it's there, right? So yeah, like, I'm gonna take her word for it. But she don't even spend time with her sister. Like me and my sis were hanging out, we're spending time. Like you don't even see that.
No
She
trips to
don't have friends.
Huckleberry. They don't go to
No.
Buckleberry no more.
Well, they're probably not gonna go
Remember how
now.
William used to spend so much time out there? They didn't got too big for Buckleberry.
Well, yeah, you don't see their kids and other kids in a play date or something like. You don't. They don't have friends. And then worse yet, they don't actually care about anything, because if they cared about something, they would work hard.
And Diana was taking Harry and his brother. She was taking them all over the place. You would think that William would want them to have those kind of real experiences. Now, if it is happening, we don't know about it, which means that probably ain't happening. But you would think, just like Diana would take them to McDonald's, you would think they would go to a McDonald's. You would think that they would do a lot of those things. But if it does happen, I have not seen it. It seems like they are being raised behind walls
Yeah.
and on little country roads and stuff, part of their property portfolio.
Yeah.
I hope
Well,
those
in a way,
kids
maybe that's a good
have
thing, eh?
yeah,
Maybe that's a good thing. We don't because I think the kids might be too overexposed at this point in
right,
truth, right? And every time they write stories about these children, they're very horrible stories,
yeah.
about this little boy being a
Poor
meanie,
Louis, poor
and
Louis. I feel bad for Louis. I
yeah,
really feel bad for
and
Louis.
they have already cast him as the new Harry. You've already done that. The press
Hmm.
have decided that he is the new Harry.
When I heard one of those reporters say, "I can't wait to see Louis," I was like, "Oh my God!" I felt something in my stomach when she said that because you know where that's coming from. You know what the expectations are. You waiting for him to blow spit bubbles and haul off and punch Kate in the eye and all that kind of stuff. That's what they're waiting for.
It's so
It-
it's so awful because they were first doing it to Charlotte because Charlotte was a little sassy. Charlotte would be like, "You can't come and stop taking my picture." I think you said that once. Stop taking my picture, which like that's what little kids do.
I
Why
love
are you?
Charlotte. Charlotte had this one picture where she was coming down the step and she had that one little fist up in the air and the other one on the rail and like she was posing at the Met Gala. I'm like, you gone, Charlotte.
Yeah, but it's between she and Louis, we don't know which one who they want to cast as the spear as the one, and I am really glad that they don't do too much. I'm a kind of bit uncomfortable with how they talk about these children, and they're not nice. They're not nice. I remember there was this. Was it? I feel it's the same Danny Baker guy. Like I'm not so sure, but it's an old white man on the radio who was calling Charlotte fat when she was like 3, which was just disgusting to me.
They
And I don't
commoditize
know why
those
they do
kids.
that. And
Those kids are a
I
commodity. Those kids are a commodity for the
yeah.
media. And I remember when Kate and William said that they were not going to do that with their kids, have them out and about like that. And unfortunately, that's the only thing that Will and Kate have going for them is the family angle. And I don't even think that that's as strong as they think it is because it would be so
No,
difficult for
because
people to be
we
excited
haven't
about
seen it.
you and your kid in a golden carriage when they're in food lines on the weekend, when they're um, trying to find a place to live. A lot of these
Or to
working
stay
class
warm,
people are living
or to
in
stay warm.
standards that are shocking. I don't think they have time to worry about Will and Kate's kids or celebrate Will and Kate's kids. That would be impossible. It's the tourists that celebrate that stuff. It's the hardcore royalists that celebrate that. But I think most working class people are very blasé about it. It's very blasé.
Yeah,
You they
and
hmm
they're overexposed. They're
yeah,
overexposed. And the press, the way they go after royal children is just so grimy. It's just so grimy, and I've always said I'm very happy that they haven't decided to go after Ford Fiesta's kids because they're teenagers. And
right.
teenagers up to stuff because I think the girl is in university now, and the young kid for well, I mean, they kind of went after him a while because they wrote a couple of articles about him and they were spreading some rumors about him, which were not nice. Um, but I'm really glad that they haven't because I think when you're that age, they should be allowed to be kids, right?
Right.
Sometimes kids act up. Sometimes they get damn rude and they need to take off his slipper and spank them. Sometimes, sometimes when you're in teenage years, you just have a couple of moments. Like when you go to, you should be allowed to do that. Like on even though okay, yes, I know underage drinking is bad, but like sneaking a drink here and there, that's like a rite of passage. Like you should be able to experience that before I become a target. Like it should not be a topic of conversation for the nation if I am simply being a teenager. And I believe it's very, very unfair that they do that. And I'm actually quite grateful they haven't decided to go after, Prince Edward's kids because they're in that teenage age. But I do think the Cambridge kids are overexposed and we see in them too much. And of course, they are itching to see the Sussex kids. Like it's like they're like crack addicts. I need a fix right now. It's so ridiculous and it's so grimy. And every time you see Meghan Harry, where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the kids? The kids are safe and away from you. That's all you need to know.
I don't know what the model is for the type of articles they write other than if we can keep people angry and reactive and hostile, they'll keep, because that type of journalism, that is abuse. Anytime a person drowns another person with negativity, with images and sights and sounds like that, that is a form of abuse. You make them think that life is hopeless, or you get them angry about certain topics, and they come back to you looking for truth instead of doing the logical thing, staying away from, Debbie Downer. They run to Debbie Downer, hoping that the news is going to be different the next time around, and that you are pushing the misinformation, the innuendos and stuff. That makes you the purveyor of that bad news, the abuser. And the people that can't seem to switch it off, they're the abused. And it's like, I don't know how you break that chain to get people. In my personal life, I have been really pushing this with, my family and such. Switch it off, switch it off, switch it off. If it's something so terrible, trust me, you'll hear about it. But to sit there and watch these networks day after day after day with all of this doom and gloom, it's no wonder you feel bad. It's no wonder you're depressed. And then you go back to them, and as though they're going to say, you know what, that stuff we said yesterday, don't worry about it. Everything is fine. There's no mass shootings or anything like that. You can go back. They're not going to do that. They're going to keep stringing you along with one bad thing after the other until you almost lose your mind.
Oh
That's
my
abusive. I think these media outlets, they abuse the public and keep people afraid and nervous and paranoid, and they make plenty money like that. That's where
well
the big profits come from.
that's their business model.
Yeah.
They make villains and sometimes they might give you a hero once in a while, but the villain sells. And you know, as you mentioned that, I have begun unsubscribing and blocking a lot of YouTube channels because I used to watch a lot of these channels where they compile commentary on stuff on TikTok and stuff. Like they'd have one TikTok and then people reacting to it. And I found that a lot of TikToks on race and race relations was really making me uncomfortable constantly, and I find myself yelling at YouTube. And when I realized, like, you know what?
I
Yeah,
hate
let me switch
reaction
it up
videos.
to
I hate
yeah, let me
reaction videos. And I'm going to tell you
really.
something too. And I don't know if people are aware of this, but when you look at a thumbnail and you see a person has that, that shocked look on their face, they tell people that if you do that, it's easier for you to get engagement. So that's why they keep running the same ugly picture of Harry or ugly picture of Meghan or ugly picture of whoever, they run those same pictures over and over again because the picture says that, yes, they're guilty. Yes, they got caught. Yes, they've been found out. Yes, that's a moon bump. Yes, they found out who the real kids belong to. That's what those thumbnails are saying to people. And it makes some people want to. And when I see that, my response is to skip it. I don't care if it's about credit cards. I don't care if it's about cars. When I see that concerned, shocked look on the thumbnail, I just go to something else because usually whatever they're talking about ain't that serious in the first place. And then every thumbnail, like if they got 50 videos, probably 48 of them has that, what? Oh my God, look on it. I'm just like, come on now.
Yeah, I have, and I used to watch a lot of them, and hear what different people perspective. But I just got tired. I mean, how many times you're going to say racism bad? Like just basically
Yeah, I
saying,
go back and I clear those videos
I
from
do
my
all of that.
history. I go and individually clear them because I don't want them to keep popping up every time I go on.
Yes,
And with the
I
shorts,
do.
it's harder to remove the shorts. But like one of my pet peeves are the guys that melt down the gold. Okay, it was interesting the first couple of times, but I don't want to see it no more. But if you let it play, you're going to see it every time you open up the app. So I had to go
I used
back
to
and
and
clear
the
it.
prank videos. I used to like the prank videos, and then I realized like some of these pranks are really dangerous.
Oh, I hate prank videos. I hate those. When I see there in the Walmart, I turn it. If I see there in the Target, I turn it. I just go to something else.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I
ridiculous.
I don't like those. Because you saw with that one prank guy got shot, right? The one that was in
Yes,
somebody's face.
yeah.
Hmm.
I don't watch them, but there are
Even
all
his
these videos
mama
of
didn't
these
try to
people like
defend
falling off
him.
stuff, and then I realized like these people are probably really hurt. They're probably hurt
Hmm.
really bad, and I shouldn't be
Yeah.
laughing at this. So now on YouTube, all you see is squatty stuff. All you see on my YouTube when I am open my feed is just squatty stuff and crochet.
Well,
Nothing,
I'm going to tell you, one of the things I
nothing else.
do, if I think the video is something fake, I before I even watch the video, I hurry up and go to the comments so I can see if somebody say, "Oh, that was staged." I try to hurry up and try to find it because I can't get that 7-8 minutes back. I don't, or 2 minutes or 1 minute. Once that
Yeah,
time is gone, I can't get it back. So I try to go to the comments first to find out if it's fake before I actually watch the video. I mean, if it seemed like it's going to be something fake, I do that first because I don't want to
yeah,
waste my time watching something that's staged.
it is.
Either it's real or it's not.
Yeah.
So,
Mm.
well, I'm gonna show a little video. I have it on my shorts, and there it is. So this is the world's oldest young person, or the youngest old person. The choice is yours. Um, have you all seen this or no? I think some of you have. Anyway, let me play the video.
Hold your tambourine. Explain to people what happened at church today.
I guess I didn't think I was playing it that hard, and I hit it one last time, and my hand went through it.
How it went through, Jared?
Y'all, I was looking around. I said, don't let nobody see it. They said they caught me on the camera.
Oh, no what?
On the camera. It said my hand went through it, and I was just sitting there looking around trying to hold it down. I was embarrassed. Service was that good? It was that good. It was wonderful. Oh yeah, I'll be back. And I'm gonna come back for probably on the first Sunday when the adults sing.
Okay.
I want to hear the adults sing. Now the kids do good.
Okay.
The youth choir is great. It's
Yeah.
great. I would rather hear. I like old school. I like the. I want the adult choir to sing.
Okay.
I ain't heard them sing yet.
Okay. When you come on back.
Jared,
Yeah, I think his name is Jarrett.
I heard they saw me on the camera.
Yeah, I lost it when he said
On
camera.
the camera.
Now, do you recognize that church? Do you recognize that church?
No.
Okay.
No.
Did you watch Downton Abbey? Because that's the church from Downton Abbey.
Church?
Yeah, that's the church from Downton Abbey.
I thought it was the church he was in.
No, I just used that as a background.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's the church from Downton Abbey. I went there in 2018. That's a picture I took. So the church, I think, dates back to the 12th century or something like that.
Is it an Anglican church?
Yes, it is. It's very old. And it's in a town called Bampton. And of course, Bampton is supposed to be Ripon. And that's supposed to, is it Ripon? Yeah. And that's supposed to be the All Saints Church, but it's actually, I forgot that. Well, I think that's the name. No, it's another name. But the funny thing is, they have not buried anybody in that churchyard since maybe the 19 teens. And yet, every time there's a tour bus, the vicar says that there are people who want to walk around the cemetery looking for Matthew's grave or looking for, oh gosh, what was the daughter's name? The one they killed off in the movie? Sybil. Yeah, they walk around looking for Matthew and Sybil's grave. Sibby is the girl. They call the girl Sibby, her baby.
Yeah.
But her name was Sybil. Yeah, but in the Downton Abbey, it was actually they made something that looked like a grave marker, but nobody's been buried there for the longest. And the vicar even say that was a movie, the grave doesn't exist, and some people don't believe him. And they said, no, I think it's right here.
I would have put up one. I would have put up one for Anne and for Lady Grantham. You know, she died in the last part.
I know. The quality of Downton Abbey has gone way down. You know, the thing is that they want to make it more commercially friendly. And if they showed the realities of people in service, like what's her name? When they had that scene with Anna, I don't want to say the word, but when they had that scene with Anna, that upset a lot of people. But that kind of stuff happened all the time. And they didn't want to put that in the series. I mean, put anything like that in the series anymore. They wanted to keep it lighthearted and everything. And that took something away from it, I think. But I love Downton Abbey. When I first saw the opening credits in the first episode, I was hooked. When they mentioned the Titanic, I was hooked immediately. But yeah, so that's the church from Downton Abbey. Let me see. I got some pictures of the inside. I could show it next time. Well, let me take a look at the comments. Nicole Tanner says, nice church. Okay. Oh, you can hear the rain. I couldn't hear it. But you know, my air conditioner had cranked up at the moment, so maybe that's why. Okay. What's that? Their titles are logged in the big book, even down to Meghan's ex-husband. Yeah, the what is that? The Bretts, and the other one is called Burke's Peerage. I think the Bretts is the one that mentions the husband's name. Rohini, you done went to sleep?
No, they say they can hear the rain, so I mute my mic.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, it wasn't too loud. I couldn't hear it.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I
it
am
wasn't
so
too
grateful.
loud.
I've been praying for rain for the longest while. The place has been so hot. It's been so hot. Like every day I am wet all over. You know, I even went out and party Sunday and got drunk and I came home wet. I blamed it on the alcohol.
Oh, Sherry Ware says the video about the Byline article. Well, that is actually a preview, but there's so much more. So I'm going to have to do, I probably won't finish it until tomorrow afternoon, but I'm going to do a longer video like the other ones I did. But the one that I did earlier, that's kind of like a preview to, the one that I'm going to make. So stay tuned for that. Let me see. As an American, I'm glad that our presidents are temporary and not 70 plus years with the same person. Yeah. No matter who's in office, when that person is supposed to leave, I need that person to leave. But if somebody tries to stay, that's scary. That's scary. That's someone abusing power or trying to.
I feel that's what Trump wanted to be Putin like.
Rohini, I
He
cried for
idolized
2
Putin.
days.
Putin was his bromance.
Did you hear me? I cried for 2 days at the January 6th.
Wow.
I was watching TV and all of a sudden
I was as shocked. I was as shocked at that.
Yeah.
I was as shocked at that as I was at 9/11. I was
Yeah.
like, this doesn't happen in America. Americans don't do stuff like this. No.
I was upset.
This is one of them reenactments. You know?
Mm-hmm.
I was real shocked. It took me back to 9/11. It took me back to that. Because I remember watching it with my brother. I came home in time to see the second plane hit. And I was like, what are you watching? He was like, I'm not sure. This movie just got very exciting. And then we looked on the bottom of the screen and it said CNN. And that's the news. And everybody, and people on the street were like screaming, and it was scary because a lot of people have family in New York and they were trying to reach their family and they couldn't get them. And I remember the shock, and nobody does that to America. That's weird. No, you did. It was hard to believe. And then January the 6th, are they really storming the castle? No, they're not storming the castle. And then there's a scene where the police officer is like stuck between. Did he die?
I don't know if that one died. I don't think so. But Rohini, I'm a very, very deliberate person about certain things. Certain things I'm very deliberate about. And when it comes to like currency, when it comes to having faith in owning property, the reason why so many of these so-called democracies thrive is because people feel good about investing into the economy, investing into their community. And where you have less confidence, you have less, growth. You got to have that consistency for things to work. You have to be able to do that. You have to have like a even playing field or something close to it. And when there's an absence of that, people tend to take their money places where they feel safe. And one of the safe places is Britain, is the United States, is, Germany and France and places like that. And it's unfortunate because anytime places where there are people of color, where there's black people or other, they try to make sure that people have no faith in the currency. The bigger governments, the richer governments do everything they can to discourage getting away from these international currencies. And so if you have a situation where the president of the United States refuses to leave, that would destroy the economy. I'm convinced that would destroy the economy because people won't know what's safe. The finance is confidence in the economy. And if you don't have that confidence, then the currency loses value. And he was willing to risk that just to stay in office. He was willing to risk that. That is scary. That is like a sociopath that doesn't care who gets hurt as long as things go their way. And that's the way he acted about staying president. That was, I never thought I would see something like that. If there was ever a time when we didn't have that consistency, this would be a much different country.
Yeah. And worse yet, as far as what I mean, you could tell me if I'm wrong, but there was absolutely no mechanism for him to stay. Like they didn't need to swear in Joe Biden on that day. He immediately took power, from what I understand, or he could have immediately. There was no mechanism. Not even that would have stopped it, because what were they expecting to do, right?
They had senior military figures that contacted other senior military figures that they thought would have been compromised to warn them not to try to extend his presidency. Now, when something like that happens, that is terrifying. And it's not that I'm thinking to myself, oh, well, we're better than other places. That ain't the point. I don't care about that. I just care about the consistency. I hope every place can have that consistency. But in a prosperous country where there is, poor, there's people that are hungry, there's people that are homeless, but still it's the biggest economy in the world. If the president refuses to leave office, God only knows what would happen. You're supposed to go, you're supposed to go. That's it. And like you say, there's no mechanism to stay. And he was willing to risk that. He was trying to get the Secret Service to take him down to the Capitol, and they refused. That was scary. That was terrifying.
But that was Baron. That was civil war. That's what he was watching for, because that's the next step. That's the next step. Because if he didn't call in the National Guard, right, then it means that what would probably happen is maybe the Democrats or the military would have seized power. I'm pretty sure they would have. And either America would have been a police state for a little while until they calm things down, and who knows how long that would last, or the country end up in full on full
Well,
on
for
civil
sure, there would
war,
have been a
and you
lot
were
of
willing to risk
confusion. For sure, there would have been a lot of confusion. But um,
and then
I'm
worse
trying
yet, it
to,
was in the middle of a pandemic.
yeah, there would have been a lot of confusion, and there would have been a handful of rogue elements. But see, the reason why it took so long for the National Guard to get there is because the President of the United States can call up reservists from the individual states, but they don't deploy those those soldiers inside of those states. I don't think we've ever had a situation where the president had to deploy, the National Guard, because there's the Illinois state, there's the Ohio state. Every state has the National Guard, and the governors are the ones that call upon them. Just like when there's an emergency and FEMA and stuff get involved, the FEMA can only go if the governor requests it. So they people get angry because the president ain't doing anything. It's not the president's call; it's the governor. And if it's a Republican governor and a Democrat president, then most likely that Republican doesn't want federal help until they get a chance to look like they know what's best. And that's what happened in Florida. DeSantis, I forgot what law that was he passed, that really screwed over a lot of people for the hurricane, where he had cut off some funding or something like that. And and eventually he invited Joe Biden to come down there, and then he had to go hat in hand begging for federal response from Joe Biden, the person that you tried to humiliate. Now you need Joe Biden's money. That was really dumb, but he did it because he wants to be president. Yeah, that was really dumb. But yeah, there's the Navy was there in Hawaii. You got, the military in Hawaii, but they did not respond to that fire because the request was not made. The request was not made. And if they don't request, and when there's a lot of confusion like that, they don't know that it's out of control if you don't tell them. I mean, they just see smoke. They don't know how horrific things were. And the governor of Florida, wow, it took days before he asked for federal help. I don't know why. Oh, did I say Florida, Hawaii? I meant Hawaii.
Oh, Hawaii.
So that was strange.
I didn't know about it until it was Ashes. I didn't even know. But speaking of which, apparently, people online are quite mad at Joe Biden for sending his $100 billion to Ukraine and Israel, and virtually nothing to Hawaii. They're a little mad about that.
Well, they should be. They should be. I agree. We got money for all these other places, but we don't have money for the people at home. If they would put a federal response into a lot of these cities and towns that are failing, if they build housing, every country needs housing. Right now, everybody needs housing, affordable housing. And if they would commit to that, then, which none of the politicians are talking about it. Have you noticed that? None of them are talking about affordable housing. I don't care what country you go to, nobody's talking about affordable housing. They're talking about everything but affordable housing.
they're making too much money with their private investment on the real estate market around the world. Rent is real high, and real estate is unfortunately really high everywhere, and they're making too much money to revisit it. Because even here, we asked them to, people were saying if they put a temporary ban back, because before 2000, and I think it's 4, there was a ban that foreigners couldn't buy land onto in Tobago. You can buy land unless like you marry somebody here, have a child from here, or you're living here for at least 5 years. And they lifted that ban in 2004, and then overnight property values skyrocketed because it's an island. Everybody want beachfront property, and now locals can't buy their own land.
Hmm.
So they asked him to put like a
Yeah.
temporary reinstated temporarily for a few years, and they're like no. And I personally believe it is because they are benefiting from it being so high. So
Now, this may surprise you, but
that's my
as
that's my
much as I
conclusion.
have
And I
supported Joe
understand
Biden,
there's a worldwide housing crisis.
as much as I supported Joe Biden, this may surprise you. I'm not sure what's going to happen at election time because I'm really upset about the way he's been throwing this money around. I am bothered by that. I mean, I'm probably still going to vote, but I'm
Yeah.
having some issues with him, and I'm having some issues with his Middle East policy. When I saw him get off that plane and hug that man, I thought I was going to fall under the table. So I'm having some issues. I'm struggling, y'all. I'm having some issues, and I'm about as liberal a Democrat as you could be, but I'm having some issues because they really just one party. They really are just one party. They play separates, but they both are bought and paid for. I mean, I'm not blind to it. I see what they're doing, and I'm very disappointed by it. So I hope that I can repair my disposition by election day because I am struggling with these people right now. Very disillusioned with my government.
Brian,
Yep.
you have people drinking while we have them up for 4 hours.
Why? Who's drinking?
Oh, read in the comments.
Oh, I see.
I'm Antoinette Kennedy. She
Yeah,
just
I'm gonna
down
probably
3 Bloody Marys. Antoinette, where you at, girl?
Rohini, I'm gonna probably shave the end of this video off just so you know it's too long.
I think you might need to cue the Ginger Avenger. We have them
Yeah.
up too long.
No, well, what I'm saying though is after I'm done, I'm gonna edit it down to like about 2 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna take the last 2 hours off because it's going on 5 hours. That's too long of a video. I think people get intimidated enough when it's 2 hours long. But yeah, I'll probably take the end of it off. Let me see here. Antoinette, yeah. Oh, who did I see was having some cocktails?
Antoinette Kennedy.
Oh, okay. Give me a pig foot and a bottle of beer. Blame me, baby, 'cause I don't care. Sometimes I feel like I just want to clown. Well, give the piano player a drink
Maybe you should
because
make it 2 videos.
um
Put it as 2 videos. Put the second half as the after party.
now I don't know how to do that. I would have to download the whole video and then put back the other half of it. And I would have to I would have to screen record it for 2 hours, well, 3 hours, 2 or 3 hours. So yeah, I probably won't do that.
It doesn't automatically record on your laptop, on your system.
No, YouTube has it. Well, I could have, there's a storage that comes with, oh yeah, I stopped paying for the extra storage, but there was a storage that comes with the what is it, StreamYard? But I stopped paying for it. So
Yeah.
I don't have it stored because I thought I was going to go back to reference it, but I've never used it. So I stopped paying for the storage.
You see,
So
and
it
now
comes
he
with
need
it.
it. Typical
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, it's just too much. I mean, it was like StreamYard is expensive.
Is it? Oh well, when I was trying to do the channel, they were giving it for free. It was like a free,
But you
but
got
I
to
guess
pay
with all the
extra for the
extras.
storage. That's the catch. If you want the
Oh,
storage, you got to pay extra for it. And I was paying $49 a month for storage.
oh,
You know,
wow.
for some people, that's a day's pay after taxes. So
Yeah.
I was like, nah, I don't need that.
No Yankee Wally money here. No the Ranger money.
As if, well, they ain't making that money no more. But
And the
yeah,
worst part, what actually is the best part? They have so much competition that they have bot farms now, content farms doing it,
oh yeah, with those
which is
robot
horrible
voices,
because they're not crap.
with
Yeah, they
those,
have content farms from India putting out a certain nonsense that not even English, that not even coherent sentences. And I am like, you all have so much competition now.
mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. I have a question. Would you ever do like a live with one of them? Like a debate or something? Would you do it?
With oh no, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to because um
You
it would
get
be
your
too
headache.
stressful. It would be very stressful. And it's not like you get anywhere. I mean, I look at the panelists on some of those talk shows and the way that they try to shout each other down and everybody has their talking points. And I would feel really like really I feel like I feel like I would have sold out if I ever did that. It wouldn't feel good. It would not feel
Because I
good.
know recently, I think was GB or something was trying to GB or somebody was trying to recruit one of you guys for like a YouTube channel that would be like pro and anti Sussex together, doing on stories and stuff. But I think every squaddy they went to shut them down.
Well, nobody's tried to contact me, that's for sure. Of course, I by the time I look at the email, the show would probably be off the air because I'm really bad about
Yeah,
emails.
they were trying to get some people, but squaddies have too much integrity for that crap. They're like, no,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna debate lies with you. I'm not gonna do that.
And that's, I talk about some other things, but my heart wouldn't be into talking about Britney Spears and the Kardashians. I mean, the occasional stuff, but I, my core subject is what I'm interested in. And I feel good defending Harry and Meghan because they're good people. And when I'm for somebody, I'm for somebody. There's no in between. So it's easy because of their character, and Harry makes me very proud that in spite of the stuff that they tried to do to him, that his core belief in himself and in fair play helped him break free from that institution. And as for Meghan, working hard and taking care of other people, that type of mentality, and especially empowering women, women of color, empowering women, that is so important, and I support that 100%. So it's one thing to talk about it and make donations and stuff like that. But when you actually get out and go into those spaces and talk to those people and help them empower themselves, that you can't help but be inspired by that. So that's what makes it easy. It's hard. I work
Right, is there
hard,
any way you
but
can
the
send me
work
the
is.
entire video?
I'm sorry.
Is there any way you could send me the entire video
This
so I could
one?
get the second part?
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
well, I tell you what, I'll just leave it up for I'll just leave it up. It don't matter. You can screen record it if you just want to have it though. But yeah, I don't have it stored at all. Yeah, I don't have it stored at all.
Oh, because you said you were gonna cut it, so I was gonna like take the other part.
No, I'll leave it up. I'll leave it up. There's really no necessity to take it down, but it is kind of long. But I'll just leave it up. Yeah, 5 hours.
Antoinette Kennedy wants to know why do we attack the Ukraine and Hamas attack? Like honestly, I have very unpopular opinions about Israel, and well, actually, my opinion is that I feel as though Palestine is I guess pro-Palestinian voices are using a lot of dog whistles on Black Americans, and I don't really like that. They're using terms like apartheid and colonization, and they're getting you all riled up when they wouldn't be kind to you all. I'm sorry, and I personally don't think y'all should be getting and picking sides, but I guess if they're spending your money, you kind of need to have an opinion and have a side. But at this point, I'm staying out.
I
When it
just
comes to
want them to
Ukraine,
stop killing kids. I don't want to see anybody kids get hurt. That's the bottom line. Is the
yeah,
kids are innocent. So whatever the politics, whoever the people are on either side, leave those kids alone. That's the bottom line. Is seeing kids with their bodies broken or limp or stuff like that. That's horrific. That is horrific, and it's really changing the way people feel. And then in some cases, what's scary is it doesn't affect some people. They seem to take pleasure in it, and that's just as bad. So long as they leave them kids alone, that's all I care about.
true.
Is stop hurting kids. Stop hurting kids. I've seen kids shaken and traumatized and stuff like that. Um, and just like we found out with Ukraine, when the war in Ukraine started, I was very upset because of the kids, because I'm seeing these kids that are being, massacred. But then I see how they treat black people, and I was just like, well, I got other stuff to do
No,
now.
I'm serious, and right now you see black people. The thing is, right, black people, particularly in America, have a lot of social capital online. Like when they talk, people follow, right?
Right.
And they're leveraging that. They're using that. And if I'm honest, um, I've done a bit of missionary work and dealt with the Middle East, and both of them are quite racist. It's weird when other minorities think that okay, I'm a minority, but I'm not lower than black people, and
Well,
it seems that
Rohini, where
we
in
are
the
their
world
favorite
can black people
until they
go
beat us.
where there isn't racism? Because one of the
Exactly, that's
biggest
the thing. There's nowhere.
exports, yeah, like when I hear people say, well, I don't know why people have a problem with China. Well, during the pandemic, I saw how they treated black people in China. not just this isolated case, but several of them being forced out of their homes. I saw where this one person didn't understand, and the restaurant that this white person and black person was going to, they would not let the black person in. The white person, sure. The black person, no. You know, and so that's
Yeah, that
someplace I will
that
probably
was
never
because
spend my money.
hmm
At least pretend. But if you can't pretend like you respect me, if you can't even do that, then I don't have a reason to be there. So
yeah,
it doesn't surprise me
it's
any
always
place in this world that you
happening.
go, but the children are my only concern. The children are what bothers me is when I see these kids don't get a chance to grow up. That affects me. But as for the governments and all the leaders and stuff like that, you know, they grown, they live their life. But the kids, that's a tender spot for me. And it doesn't matter whose kids
There's
they are. It really doesn't matter. I don't care what color the
yeah,
kids are or whose they are. Those kids should have the opportunity to grow up, not just grow up in peace, but grow up. It's heartbreaking when somebody so young hasn't even, as they say, discovered the mysteries of life. You ain't lived long enough to be in love. You ain't lived long enough to ruin your credit. And that's very painful to see. So that's the only thing I want is for them to stop killing each other or killing them kids rather. The adults they
well,
do what they want to do, but leave them kids alone.
um, when we were in training, commissioner was back in the day. Um, one of my instructors, he said that in war, two things are guaranteed: children die, and they become killers. Either way, humanity's in trouble.
Yeah.
And he said you have to, yeah, once you understand that, then you could do your job. And you never understand it until you see it yourself. And then you can't do your job anymore. So you quit. So I guess maybe I'm a bit desensitized. And to me, I think this is a centuries long conflict that has been going on long before I got here. I don't think it's going to be ended soon because these grown adults don't want to act like adults. They're posturing, they're pandering, they're playing games with each other. Everybody has an ego and nobody wants to compromise. So
Well,
I'm like,
somebody told me years ago that World War II did not settle anything. And I didn't want to believe was true, but now I can see that he was absolutely right. And the reason why we had that conversation was because I was upset about the Gulf War. I couldn't sleep. I was upset, the shock and awe, and all that kind of stuff. And all I could think about was, Baghdad is a city just like any other city. And because of the consequences of an election, because of Ralph Nader, we ended up getting George Bush, little George Bush. And 9/11 happened. He wasn't prepared. We go to war, and he's, I don't know, ignorant of what he's really involved with or whatever. He's trying to bring democracy to a place in the world where they are different, from Western countries. They're very different. They all live, every city functions the same way. But we're trying to bring Americans' democracy to a civilization that's been around for however long, right? there's archaeological sites in Iraq that's older than the city of London, and they're trying to teach them how to be governments, and that just wasn't going to work out. But again, that's the consequence of election, is that we had somebody who was not prepared on 9/11, whose response was not measured to 9/11, and a lot of people died.
They did the wrong country.
Yeah, a lot of people died. And you're right, they did invade the wrong country. The country that they should have gone after, the one that keeps the oil flowing, they didn't want to mess with them. You go after somebody that you put in power in the first place. So yeah, it was very upsetting. It was very upsetting, and I could not sleep when that war started. Okay, it's been 5 hours. I am losing my voice. There will be no Ginger Avenger tonight. Love you guys. I will see you all tomorrow.
Bye, guys. Bye, Scotties.
Good night, 917 people.